Straight. Goodness.
Kennedy, 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 Kennedy for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy. Do you want a man for president who's seasoned through and through, but not so doggone seasoned that he won't try something new? A man who's old enough to know and young enough to do. Well, it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you. But it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy. Do you want a man with spirit who is not afraid to fight? A man whose record shows that he will fight for what is right. A loyal man who'll bring the job a fresh new point of view. Well, it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you. Because it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy. And do you deny to any man the right he's guaranteed to be elected president, no matter what his creed? It's promised in the Bill of Rights to which we must be true. So it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you. And it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy. Do you like a man who answers straight, a man who's always fair? We'll measure him against the others, and when you compare, you'll cast your vote for Kennedy and the change that's overdue. So it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you. Yes, it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy,
Welcome from my humble second bedroom here in the Saucon Valley, part of the Lehigh Valley in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, part of these United States, Western Hemisphere, North American continent, on this planet Earth. The only one we have, third arc from the sun in the Terran solar system, part of the Milky Way galaxy. This is the Kennedy Effect, back live with you for the 4th of June, 2023. We hope that you all had a wonderful Memorial Day weekend, and that you all remembered everything that Memorial Day is about and for. The reason why we pay attention to it in the first place, the reason that we have the holiday to start with. So we hope that you had a wonderful one, full of sincere, fun and relaxation, but also sincere thought and reflection, as I believe that the holiday warrants at a minimum. So we thank you for that. Daisy the dog is very excited downstairs. I imagine she's very excited about the program today. It's probably not that, just saying. But she sounds like she's on a roll. Not sure what's going on down there, but something's going on down there. She's very excited. We actually do have, here in our humble, our complex here where Kristen and I live, it's interesting. I wasn't going to mention it, but it kind of just popped in my head since I just saw it. and there's a chance that this is what Daisy's seeing right now, and that's why she's barking like crazy. That it's fawn season. If you live a place where the deer are, it's fawn season. And we have one who's born right in the midst of our complex, right in the middle of it, a mom and a fawn. And it's possible that they are roaming, looking for food. So that's a good thing. It could be that. Could be exactly what she's doing. Right now is barking at them. So let me go through the business end of the program. This is the Kennedy Effect live with you for the 4th of June, 2023. As you can see on your screen, we are again trying out the Restream video platform, video and audio streaming platform. And we, of course, are also live with you on hot101.net. It seems that we have solved one problem, because I am monitoring the program, as I often do, on the two places where we are. We are live on Facebook and all at the same time live on YouTube. And it would appear that the video is now straight, which is interesting because we were backward, as you remember, 2 weeks ago. And not just backward, figuratively speaking, but backward, on the not just backward policy, figuratively speaking, but backward, where the text behind me was backward and everything looked in reverse. But it appears that we are back on track, at least with that. Now, I do not believe that we have solved the phone problems, or I guess if you hate phone calls, it's probably not a problem for you. I don't think that we've solved that quite yet. But I did meet a wonderful, wonderful live tech support person last night who was going to walk me through all of it. And we were coming up on 1 o'clock in the morning, and I had just lost all of my patience because the fact that I couldn't figure this out for myself, and I hate when I can't figure it out for myself. But yeah, we were working on that. So at least I have a good beat on where that's going to come, or where that problem is going to get solved, I guess is what I really should be saying. So there's that. So at least that's a good thing. So we're getting there, because I do kind of like this program. I kind of dig it. I kind of like it. I like it. It looks good. It's the ability to be in multiple places at the same time for a program like ours means everything. Because we don't have advertisers yet. We don't have, a steady flow of income. One of the things that has fascinated me about the adventure that this program has become, and I mean that in a good way, not a nightmare, but I mean there's aspects of it that I'd give away, but I mean generally speaking, the really good bits about this program, the one thing that I've noticed that has come to be a kind of a source of surprise, I guess, for me, is the amount of money that people can make doing what I'm doing, or less, shall we say, in a polite sort of way, or doing less. And that how many people will watch lesser things. Now, I've never set myself above anything in this realm. I've told all of you 1,000 times, whether you're a regular listener and viewer or whether you're new to the program, I'm not smarter than anyone. I'm not better than anyone. I've just been doing this longer. And that's why your contributions to this program mean so much. It's always good to have additional points of view, additional somebody to ask a question that just might stimulate the next great conversation, somebody who asks a question and brings up something that I didn't think of before, or that our guests hadn't thought of before, or a point of view that maybe isn't being heard enough. That's important. It's extremely important. But it is interesting how many tens of thousands of people, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, sometimes even millions of people will watch something less. And again, I say that just out of astonishment, not even as a criticism to other hosts and other content providers or anything like that. It's just, yeah, it's interesting. It's very interesting. But let's get into the business end of the program, shall we? As always, let me say welcome, welcome, welcome back to each and every single one of you, and to each and every person, group, page, everything that allows us to be part of your world. Whether it is your own personal Facebook timeline, your own group, your page, if you share it out, if you welcome us there, if you allow us to be there, especially if you continue to share and proliferate the show, if you share it to any of the other social media platforms that you might be a participant in, Twitter, LinkedIn, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. We could not do it without you. We have shared the program to, we'll try to tell you very quickly, 110 places this week, 110 different places just on Facebook this week. And then, of course, we are live right now on our YouTube channel as well, that other side of information. And always, please remember, it's a little early in the program for me to be saying this. I usually don't this early. But if you do ever miss any of our program, you can always go right to our YouTube channel and watch the recorded version of our program. So for every single one of you who have allowed us to be part of your Sunday afternoon today, not last Sunday, it was Memorial Day, but any Sunday that we're on, or if you are brand new to the program and giving us a shout and a chance, thank you, thank you, thank you very much. We could not do it without you. Wherever you are across the Facebook universe, you can stay right where you are and continue to watch. If the Restream service is working the way I am told it's supposed to work, I will see your comments regardless of where you are across the Facebook universe. However, if you wish, you can come to our home group Facebook page, That Other Side of Information, and watch the program there. I will watch out for your comments and questions and make it part of the program. And of course, again, because I think this is cool and I'm immature little child, I think it's neat. We are live right now, both 110 different places across Facebook and our YouTube channel, which is also called That Other Side of Information. So thank you to everybody across the Facebook universe and the YouTube universe. To our friends and family, our sisters and our brothers at hot101.net, the other pillar, keystone of our program, the audio side of our program, wherever you might be around the globe. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you might be listening around this blue orb called planet Earth. In this, Terra, planet Terra, the Terran solar system. Thank you for being there as well. You can be part of our program as well. I will open the phone line later in the program. It will be a bit difficult. We'll hold up the phone to the microphone again. It's a little sloppy, but it gets the job done. We can do that later in the program. But hot101.net, if you haven't been listening to hot101.net, you are missing it, period. You're missing it. You're missing it. You're just missing it. There is nowhere on the planet, if you can connect to the internet, you can listen to hot101.net, one of the founders, the originators, the creators of global internet radio. Whether you think the music is your style or not is irrelevant, to be honest, because not all of it is my style, but the beauty and the skill and just the inherent nature of the way that the DJs mix up that music and blend it, and it just is so seamless and wonderful. You need to check it out. We are the Sunday, political talk block, Sergeant Mac and myself. The rest of the time, it is the best music on the planet from all different types of genres and eras, all mixed together for your enjoyment, and you need to check it out. If you don't know how to listen to hot101.net, it is very, very simple. Our name is our web address, hot101.net, but you don't need the main website to listen. You can use it, and it will work on every kind of desktop, laptop, tablet, phone, everything you can think of. You can also use our apps. There are 2 of them and a third you can search in. If you have an Apple device, go to the Apple App Store and search for hot101.net. If you have an Android device, go to the Google Play Store, search for hot101.net. You will find our apps there. They could not be any easier to use. Tap on it, it opens, you're listening. Done. That simple. It is that simple. Nothing to sign up for, nothing to choose, tap around, don't have to create a profile, any of that fun stuff. You tap it, it opens, you are listening. Very, very simple. If you don't have an Apple device and you don't have an Android device, you can go to the TuneIn radio app, go up to the search bar and type in hot101.net. You will find us there. And TuneIn works on every kind of device that I can think of. If you have a Google Pixel, if you have an LG phone, any of the other types of manufactured phones, go to the TuneIn radio app. You can also Bluetooth it, of course, if you have a Bluetooth speaker, Bluetooth headphones, earbuds. You can Bluetooth it in the car. I happen to Bluetooth stuff in the car. Stations that I listen to that are out of my market, I tend to Bluetooth them in the car. And of course, the most fun that anyone can have, America's favorite game show, you can tell Alexa to play hot101.net. And of course, we never forget our friends at the TCP Media Group. Been too long since I've talked to you all. The founding family there at TCP. We really need to catch up with each other. But that is the business end of the program. The phone software is open. The phone call will come through to my phone. I will have to hold it up. It will look a little sloppy. It will sound a little sloppy, but at least we can talk to each other. And of course, wherever you place your comments, I will see them, which is pretty cool. So I hope you enjoy the program. Let's get started. We're going to be talking about healthcare predominantly when our guests arrive, but let me I'm doing 2 things, I can't walk and chew gum. That said, we're going to be talking healthcare in the program with our guests are from perhaps a preeminent group pushing for a form of national healthcare, be it Medicare for all, national health system, expanded subsidies incurred, whatever it might be. And that's one payer states. Now we're expecting 3 guests from one payer states. They will be popping in at their convenience. When you ask people to come on a program like this that can last up to 4 hours, you are very, very flexible with your guests, and they come in when they can and they leave when they have to, and they share whatever time with us that they are willing to share. So we're expecting 3 guests at a minimum, all from one pair of states, and we will be talking health care for the preponderance of the program until we are ready to start that. Let me just take you through some of the happenings on the Facebook page from this past week. And I suppose really the place that we have to start, I think we'd be remiss if we didn't start with this. We'll do a little week in review, 2 weeks in review, really, because we haven't been with you, but we'll do a little 2 weeks in review here, some of the major stories. the first really has to be the debt ceiling crisis, and I even hate to call it that because it's so ridiculous on its face, and it is so created. It is a created, if you will, crisis, a manufactured crisis, a man-made crisis. Well, it's more than a man-made crisis because it is existentially a man-made crisis because, in the natural world, they don't trade money. They don't carry debt. They don't owe each other anything. So this is a man-made crisis, and I don't even want to call it crisis. I have talked to you before in this program about something called the two Santa Claus theory. And it's a little heavy, shall we say. And it goes something like this. When Republicans are in office, in power, especially in the White House, they will play Santa Claus. They'll cut taxes, they'll throw trillions of dollars into the system. Of course, those tax cuts predominantly, overwhelmingly, are for the rich and the largest corporations. Now, and these are, they artificially inflate and stimulate an economy. It's why governments spend money, especially in harder economic times, especially during recessions. The only time that the only time that the United States national government had zero debt and was spending no money into the public sector was during the Andrew Jackson administration, and it caused one of the greatest economic calamities in the history of the country. And interestingly, it caused it when the country was still very, very young. And I don't think we entirely even understood the depth or complexity of our own economy. The U.S. government had zero debt and was not spending money out into the public sector. It wasn't building things. It wasn't stimulating things. It wasn't building schools or roads or railroads or anything, or canals or anything like that. And it caused a major, major economic calamity. A real, proper economic calamity. So, that said, what Republicans have figured out is that they can be Santa Claus. One of the things that Republicans really hate, among many things, and one of the things that who eventually became Supreme Court Justice Powell told the business community and the rich people of the United States out post-war, he feared the amount of power and money that the middle class was getting. And he felt they were getting too powerful. And it was the Powell memo where he wrote to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and big corporations throughout the country and said, you need to start using your money in a political way. The middle class has grown too large and too powerful, and if you want to stay rich, they need to be suppressed. Openly, properly suppressed. Part of that thinking And that theory is the two Santa Claus theory. And you might think to yourself, what the hell is that? Well, I'm going to tell you. Republicans look at Democrats as Santa Claus because it was Democrats that brought you things like Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, student loans, low cost, if not no cost, low interest student loans, SNAP, food benefits, farm subsidies. These are all, these are democratic, these are big D democratic principles, political principles, brought to you by the Democratic Party. And so what Chairman Powell, or Supreme Court Justice Powell, eventual Supreme Court Justice Powell, Lewis Powell, I think I have that right. I think his first name was Lewis, if I'm not mistaken. What he said is that you need to kill, the Democrats play Santa Claus and everybody loves them for it. Well, we need to kill Santa Claus. So how do we kill Santa Claus? Well, you kill Santa Claus by becoming Santa Claus. So what does that mean? It means that when Republicans are in power, they become Santa Claus. It means that they are the ones who will cut taxes, throw huge sums of money into the system to artificially boost an economy. It also dramatically increases debt. So when they are not in power, they then turn to the opposite side, opposite end, opposite sense of being, and try to kill Santa Claus. Only then do they become worried about deficits and spending, et cetera, et cetera. And so they want to kill Santa Claus. So this is the two Santa Claus theory. Be Santa Claus when you're in power, buy the people off. And if you should fall out of power, then try to kill Santa Claus and try to kill not all, but at least some of the very same things that you were doing when you were in power. And this happened, of course, almost immediately upon President Biden being sworn in. President Biden has spent lots and lots and lots of money, all of which, of course, has been paid for. He has actually reduced the yearly deficits and reduced the national debt. 25%, an entire 1/4 of the current national debt was accrued during the Trump regime. All of it has been accrued as a direct result of Republican tax cuts since the onset of the Reagan era. So if you're a Republican, you have bought into this Jude Wanniski's, and I think I always butcher that name. It's Jude, either Wisniewski or Wieniewski, his theory of two Santa Clauses, where Republicans can be Santa Claus and then immediately try to kill Santa Claus when they're not in power anymore. And this debt crisis is part of that. This debt ceiling issue is part of that. It is part of the two Santa Claus theory. It's Republicans spending and handing out huge contracts and sums of money and privatizing government and making government a profitable business for a very, very few. And then you throw some, a couple other things around, maybe a couple extra defense projects that might benefit a certain state or district here and there, a little extra veteran benefits, nothing, of course, to change the system, but, the rich get richer, but it's framed within the idea of tax cuts, which most common folks think they get, but never do. And so now we have this, then they're not in power, and then all of a sudden, spending, deficit. We can't have any of that. Well, this debt ceiling issue, I refuse to continue to call it a crisis because it isn't one, was manufactured. It was created by Republicans to try to embarrass this president, a president who paid and has paid and continues to pay for his programs, while during the 4 years of Trump, they gave away almost $9 trillion to the top 1% and the largest corporations. And then suddenly debt is an issue. One of my guests is trying to get in, and he is having camera issues, I believe. And there's nothing wrong with that. That happens. Tech stuff stinks. So I'm trying to allow him to come in, but he appears to be having camera issues. So let me continue until such a time as you can see him on your screen. So let's talk about what the actual solution to this debt ceiling issue was. Look, I'm happy it's solved. The United States has never not paid the bills. Never. The single most secure investment, financial investment on the planet is United States Treasury bills, because we have never, ever not paid. Ever. In the history of the program. Or in the history of the program. That's funny. In the history of the country. Well, in the history of my program as well. But that's not what I meant. In the history of the country, we have never failed to pay. And what Republicans openly wanted to do was to default on that debt and not pay it when it was due, which would have led to nothing short of a global economic crisis, since the dollar is the default currency around the globe. So that said, we at least managed not to have that happen. And that's a good thing. Needless to say, that's a really good thing. But we need to keep in mind, and any of you hearing this, yes, the United States has a massive national debt. It does. But what we need, and eventually it will have to be paid in some measure. It just will. There, of course, are theories about how that can be done. We could pay it down slowly over time. We could, there's even a theory that the treasurer, that Janet Yellen, that the Department of the Treasury can mint a platinum coin, which happens to be worth $34 trillion, and simply pay it off. And to be quite honest with you, in this era of cryptocurrency, this fake sort of imaginary concept of money, which none of it is real, I don't see why we couldn't just mint a coin or mint 3 $10 trillion coins or whatever and just pay it off. I do think that the national debt is largely imaginary. It's a theory. It is a number. It's a number. And it's a number that we could pay if we chose to do so. There are other nations on earth who have larger deficits than we do and debts. And remember, the deficit is a yearly thing. There's a yearly national deficit, and then the national debt is a conglomeration of all of those deficits added up. The national debt, when Reagan came to power, was only about $600 million. Now, we're looking at 40 plus years ago. So that 600 million meant a hell of a lot more then than it does now. And I have no idea to tell you what the 600 million would be worth now after inflation and all that. I have no clue. The bottom line is President Carter did leave a national debt. It was about $600 million. Reagan maximized that by a factor of 5. It was over $3 trillion by the time he was done. And every Republican president since has added to that debt. Remember that the income taxes alone the income tax cuts alone passed by Republican administrations, Reagan, Bush, Trump, have equaled over $50 trillion. $50 trillion. The national debt is about 34. If those tax cuts had not taken place, there would be no national debt. Period. It's very simple. And that's why it is very important to remember that President Biden has paid for his programs by closing tax loopholes and, yes, raising taxes on the very, very wealthy. He has paid for his programs. So this is all part of two Santa Clauses. Republicans don't pay for anything. They just hand out money. Democrats are left to clean up the mess. All the while that we are cleaning up the mess, Republicans are screaming about the mess. Now, I think the majority of you understand this and that you get it and you know the truth of these things. But there are that many more people who don't. They simply think, oh, Biden's spending all this money, he needs to raise the debt ceiling again. This rise in the debt ceiling was to pay for programs already passed in the Trump years. And because of the Trump tax cuts. Almost $9 trillion worth of tax cuts. That money has to be made up. And so the debt ceiling needed to be risen, or needed to rise, or needed to be expanded, whatever words you choose to use about it. Here's the only thing from an intellectual point of view and a constitutional point of view that I am kind of a little sorry is not going to happen. And that is the 14th Amendment to the Constitution. Therefore, it is constitutional. The full faith and credit of the United States shall not be questioned. Now, President Biden had signaled several weeks ago that he was aware of the 14th Amendment, had his personal understanding of it, an understanding of it that seemed to be quite ubiquitous throughout scholarship, and that if he had to, would have invoked the 14th Amendment and said, I don't care if Congress doesn't raise the debt ceiling, we will pay our bills. I would have been fascinated to watch that constitutional debate, because I do think it is something that actually needs to be adjudicated. The debt ceiling in and of itself is created by Congress. There's nothing in the Constitution about it. There's nothing in the outlining charter of the Department of Treasury. There's nothing in the Articles of Confederation. There's nothing in the Federalist Papers about it. It is, again, self-created. And obviously, since the 14th Amendment was not one of the original amendments, there wasn't even really a debt ceiling at the initial creation of the country, if you will. So this thing is new. It's a relatively new phenomena. And let's remember, of course, too, that the debt ceiling was raised 3 times in the 4 years of the Trump regime, because Republicans sure as hell weren't going to be the ones to be responsible to default on the full faith and credit of the United States for the first time in our history. So it is interesting to me. This entire debate was self-created, self-inflicted, and, again, I would say, unconstitutional. The full faith and credit of the United States shall not be questioned. Shall not be questioned. But again, from a purely constitutionally, I'm not a constitutional scholar, I'm not a constitutional lawyer, I'm not a constitutional expert, and I don't play one here on the radio. I would have been fascinated to see that adjudicated at the Supreme Court, because it is something that would have immediately been referred to the Supreme Court. And I suspect the court would have been asked, as it can be asked, for cases to go immediately to them and to hear the case and make immediate judgment. The Constitution actually is set up for that disputes between branches will immediately go to the Supreme Court. With this Republican supermajority on the Supreme Court, and it is a Republican Supreme Court, it would have been fascinating to see how they would have ruled. What would be so fascinating? Well, they would want to take down this president and this administration, but yet they consider themselves, the MAGA conservatives on this court, they consider themselves to be constitutional constructionalists, originalists. Well, the Constitution flat out says the full faith and credit shall not be questioned. So it would have been very fascinating to see where they would have ended up on this. And I'm a little sad that debate's not going to happen. I think it would have been actually quite good for our country, because it would only have made sense to me that these 9 folks would have had to have sided with President Biden. If they are the people that they said they are, they would have had to have sided with the president. It should have been a 9-0 decision. Yet I suspect some of those 6 conservatives would have tried to stick it to the president, which is not the most scientific term I will use throughout this program. But I think they would have tried to stick it to this president, to try to embarrass him and to try to make sure that he is not reelected. But at least, thank goodness, we won't know. Again, it would have been fascinating. I would have enjoyed it. It would have been really, really interesting to watch on many, many, many levels. But we are going to be denied that. but we're going to be denied it for good reason. So the debt ceiling has increased. Everybody's happy. President Biden absolutely took Speaker McCarthy to lunch on this deal. About the only thing that he gave away that McCarthy said he was going to die on those hills for. President Biden had increased funding to the IRS by $84 billion, the return of which would be trillions in lost revenue. He gave back $10 billion of that. Funding is still up by $74 billion. He did give away new work requirements for welfare. Yeah, okay. Continues to feed into this idea of damning and demonizing the poor. My understanding is they are not substantial additional requirements. It's not going to cast any more children into poverty, again, is my understanding. But everything else that the Republicans said that they wanted in this debt ceiling deal, they didn't get it. Interesting how Republicans who were so apoplectic about debt and spending as part of a debt ceiling increase managed to spend yet even more money on defense. And for the first time in any Republican administration that I can remember since perhaps the John McCain, Bernie Sanders legislation at the end of the W. Bush administration, spend more money for veterans. And you know what we have said on this program many, many times. The best thing that you can do to support veterans is stop making them. I see one of our guests in very dramatic black and white, I believe. No, there's color. You are black and white on the side of the screen. That's very, very strange. I thought you were going for a very dramatic healthcare noir effect from the 1920s. But that's okay. Let me welcome one of our three guests that we were expecting on the program today. Now, again, folks, you might think to yourselves, well, where the heck was everybody right at 5 o'clock? And so many of your guests join at 5 o'clock. Well, that's true. But let's remember that I don't pay anybody to appear on the program because they can't. If I was going to pay anybody to appear on the program, it would be me. But I do not and I cannot. So anyone that is willing to share their time with us on a Sunday is most welcome and most appreciated. We are extremely grateful. So popping in here is our first of what I expect will be three guests throughout the course of the program, representing one payer states and from one of those places where we seem to have a very, very broad audience. And I can't exactly explain it, but from the great state of Oregon, that is Simon Hutton. Simon, welcome to the program.
It's great to be here. Can you hear me okay?
I do. It's a little shallow, but I will raise your volume here on my end a tiny bit. Hopefully that will compensate. Well, it's good to see you, sir. Yeah. Welcome to our humble program. And this healthcare, the state of healthcare in this nation continues to be something that I almost look at it like elevator music. It's kind of always in the background. It's not very good. No one particularly enjoys it, but it's always in the background. And we tend to miss it when it's not there. It's like Muzak in a very strange way. The healthcare situation in this country is only, after some strides upon the implementation of the Affordable Care Act, and legitimately a good amount of government assistance through administrations of both parties through the pandemic, we now seem to be sliding back again. The number of uninsured is growing. We're seeing pandemic era uh, uh, assistance and just flat out grants being taken back as the pandemic is over, even though about 1,000 people a week continue to die from COVID. We are, in all essence, back to normal. And, businesses are open. We don't wear masks everywhere. But the country is still losing, by the way, 1,000 people, on average, 1,000 people a week to COVID. So, as someone who is very, very deep into this and has committed, a good part of your time and life to this, from a very broad, 50,000 foot point of view, top, peak of Everest looking down on the world point of view, what is the state of the American healthcare system debate? Where is healthcare as an issue in the United States right now, in your opinion?
Well, I mean, it seems like, at least these days, a debate over universal health care, single payer, like that is on the table. I think that in some ways we're moving in a good direction. And I also think that, a lot of the most contentious social issues, political issues that we have often come back to healthcare as well. Like it's like people might think of universal healthcare as a fringe issue, but I mean you have abortion rights, you have gender affirming care, you have all these things which are part of the healthcare world, And so I think we're talking about it all the time. Um, I think that it's a real tragedy because, you know, there's no reason that we shouldn't have been able to achieve universal healthcare in this country like every other industrialized nation. Um, but, at each hurdle, we've been stymied. And I think a lot of people, especially, are just very, I think we're fighting against apathy to a certain extent. There's just seems like there's this enormous system. You have all these insurance companies, wealthy insurance companies that are sort of holding up making progress. And it's just a lot of people don't even want to think about it because it's really scary. I mean, one injury, one accident, even if you're insured, if you happen to get taken in an ambulance to a hospital where you aren't covered, or you see a doctor in a hospital, though that hospital covers you, a doctor in that hospital may be out of network, and there you are, just tens of thousands of debt. So, it's just an additional stress on everybody's lives. So it's really tough right now, I think. But universal healthcare, a solution to this ongoing cycle of anxiety and debt it's in the tables.
I had to use, for the very first time this week, I had to use a Lyft. Uber, Lyft, the rideshare apps, rideshare programs. And the young man who was driving me said, he drove for both services full time. It's all he did all day long. And I would assume all night long. He, of course, can't be a union member. He's not a full-fledged employee of Uber or Lyft. They are all quote-unquote independent contractors, but that's we could talk about that a different time. That's kind of a different topic for a different day.
Mm-hmm.
And I began to ask him about what I knew about Lyft and Uber. Because he mentioned to me that he has had people in his car who had been shot, they were bleeding out, people who had overdosed, people who would call him instead of an ambulance because they couldn't afford the ambulance. They could possibly afford the $30, $40, $50, $60, $100 to get a lift to an ER, but not the thousands of dollars that an ambulance would be. And it reminded me of the statistic that the rideshare programs are, and perhaps you'll remember this because my memory somewhat fails me, They are either the the third or fourth largest ambulance service in the entire country.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically because not only, I do think this is one of those very, not strange isn't the right word. It's one of these ancillary, kind of smaller branches on the tree of the healthcare debate that people don't even think about. That I do think folks that, well, I can't afford insurance, I can't afford to see the doctor, I can't afford that procedure, the insurance turned down that procedure, I can't get that test, I can't afford this drug. Folks who are in genuine arrest, cardiac arrest, having a stroke, they break a bone, a senior citizen falls down the steps, any one of 100 different things. Please, God, please don't call the ambulance. I can't afford the ambulance. Even people who might be insured can't afford the ambulance. What does that particular thing say about the state of the American healthcare system? Lots of air quotes today, folks. If you're on the radio side, you're missing all sorts of fun air quotes. What does it say to you?
I guess for me, it really goes to show an unbelievable level of callousness, right? I think just, you know, we should be able to, one would think, in a modern society like the United States, be able to count on, you know, not being afraid of having first responders, the people who live their lives trying to help us, come and show up. This happened to me too. I remember I'd come to visit some friends of mine that were older, and they were like in their 60s and 70s, and I came up into the driveway, and I knocked on the door and no one answered, and they had a big property, and I heard someone shouting off in the distance, and I wasn't sure. It sounded like maybe the wife of the people I knew. I sort of stood there for a while. I knocked on the door again, and then I ended up going into their property and looking for them. And she had fallen down some stairs, just like you said. She'd fallen. She was in pain. She was hurting. And I ran up to her and I said, "Do you need me to call an ambulance? I can call an ambulance," because she looked like she was in a bad way. And she grabbed my arm and she said, "Don't call an ambulance," just so emphatically, you know. And that fear of the people who are supposed to protect and help us is just the fact that our system allows that to perpetuate is really disgusting. And I also think, like, there's a lot of aspects of our society. You mentioned Uber, Uber being an ambulance service. I think also about GoFundMe. Like, the number one thing that GoFundMe is used for is to pay for medical bills. This thing that was usually envisioned for projects, creative projects, things that people needed funding. People go on, they're desperate, $20,000 in debt. They're never going to be able to pay it off. And now, just like Uber, just like Lyft, this part of our society is co-opted into serving people who need healthcare because of the just fear of the unbelievable amount of debt that they'll end up in and the inability to pay. It's just like this sort of negative externalities of our system just sort of spread out into so many different other parts of our society.
See, now that's interesting because that would be news to me. It was my understanding that if you just look at the amount of dollars, pass-through dollars, they're called. Come in, go out, pass-through dollars. That GoFundMe was the third largest healthcare pass-through dollar system in the country. The fact that you just mentioned they are now the largest only goes to reinforce the fact that this so-called system that we have is broken, if it was ever functional in the first place. And I think we could make an argument that while it may have been more functional in the past, it was really never fully functional. But that a crowdsourced money funding program is the largest system. I keep using the same words over and over again, even though they mean different things every time we put them in a different sentence. is the largest pass-through of healthcare dollars in this country is a frightening, or should be, by the way, an alarming and frightening fact, and something that one of my least favorite phrases that seems to be so damn popular now is, you have to understand. As if to say that the people that you're talking to are stupid and that they don't understand anything. Well, of course you're not all stupid, and of course you do understand things. But my goodness, this might be one of those times where I have to say you need to listen to that. Let it sink in, and you need to understand it. That a private crowdsourcing way to raise funds for things like new businesses or art projects or to buy books at libraries is the number one source of pass-through healthcare dollars in the country, just so people can see and pay for dollars. Before we get any deeper in, it is 6:01 Eastern Time here on The Kennedy Effect, live with you for the 4th of June, 2023. We hope you had an excellent Memorial Day weekend, and we welcome you back to the program. We hope you are enjoying the beginnings of our getting into our healthcare discussion here this evening. Please remember that wherever you are across the Facebook universe, to the 110 plus places that we have shared the program tonight, stay there if you wish. Enjoy. Stay right there. Watch, listen in the background as you're getting ready for what should be, I think, largely throughout the country, perhaps the last regular week of school for most of the youngins around the country. If you're having dinner, if you are barbecuing, which certainly here in the Lehigh Valley you should be doing, it is a damn near perfect weather day here in the Lehigh Valley. Whatever you might be doing, stay, watch, enjoy. We are so pleased and so grateful and so happy that you have allowed us to be part of your little corner of the Facebook universe, whether it is your own personal timeline, your group, your page, for allowing us to be there. We could not do it without you. We would be, I've said all too many times in the past, the proverbial tree in the forest. If you weren't there listening, we couldn't be here. We could not be here if you are not there. So stay where you are. Enjoy there. I am supposed to be able to see your comments through this lovely streaming program that I have started to use wherever it is that you enter them. However, I will try to keep a second eye on it if I can by monitoring through my myriad of devices here. It looks very almost, Bridge of the Enterprise kind of thing going on here. I have 3 screens going right now, and 3 screens and about a dozen different programs. But other than that, it's pretty simple. Or, so you can stay where you are, or you can come over to our home group Facebook page, That Other Side of Information. It is the home for all things surrounding the Kennedy Effect, all of the articles and news items, opinion pieces that we post throughout the week. And they are, of course, often surrounding healthcare, because that is our topic tonight. And yes, of course, there's lots of political articles there too, but there's also a lot of environmental articles, astronomical articles, including the discovery of a new series of light around the black hole at the center of the galaxy, ribbons streaming out of the black hole at the center of the galaxy. And I could swear I had posted this earlier in the week. I would have to scan through because I know I read it. I thought I posted it. That one of the closest stars to us and one of the most recognizable, actually called Betelgeuse, is actually growing brighter, and astronomers have no idea why. And it's very interesting to read some of these articles because it really does make you, I think it kind of reminds you of your place in the universe. So wherever you are on Facebook, stay there, enjoy, or come over to our home group Facebook page, That Other Side of Information. We are also live right this minute on our YouTube channel, which is also called That Other Side of Information. And remember, if you should miss any of our programs, if you missed any of the first hour, or if you've missed any of our previous episodes, you can go to our YouTube channel. All of our episodes are there in a recorded fashion. That is our library. That is our repository for all things The Kennedy Effect. You can watch any episode of our program going back the 4+ years in the existence of our humble program. To our sisters and brothers and friends and family at hot101.net, thank you for allowing us to be part of your listening day yet again, wherever you may be and whatever you might be doing anywhere around the globe. We thank you for being part of our program and for allowing us to be part of your day. You can call us. You can send comments into us as well. And we always encourage you to do so. If you do not know how to listen to hot101.net, then you haven't been listening to me long enough. It's very, very simple. Hot101.net. Our name is our web address. There is no device anywhere on the planet that connects to the internet where you cannot listen to us. If you can connect, you can listen. Desktops, laptops, tablets, phones. You can Bluetooth to speakers, headphones, earbuds. You can Bluetooth it through your car speakers. Our Apple App Store, the Google Play Store for Android, and the Tune In radio app. Go up to the search bar, type in hot101.net. You will find us there. The apps could not be any easier to use, the Apple and Android apps. Tap on it, open it, you're listening, done, period, end of story. Sit back, enjoy. And of course, America's favorite game show, I did it once, and I'm not going to quit until I continue to do it every single week. You can tell Alexa, hey Alexa, play hot101.net. Our guest from One Pair States, from the other side of the country, where I'm guessing it might only be about 127 degrees today, is Simon Hutton from Portland, Oregon, and part of One Pair States. And we're pleased to have him. We're expecting two other guests to float in through the program as we proceed and as their evenings proceed, all from One Pair States and all talking the state of American healthcare, the issue, the politics, everything surrounding healthcare. Simon, welcome again. Let me formally say welcome again as we enter our second hour. And let me kind of start over, since we kind of started a bit of a conversation midstream surrounding this phonied up debt ceiling crisis issue and the fact that healthcare seemed to be completely left out of the mix yet again. Let me kind of start the way I normally would start with any new guest to our program, and that is to ask you our opening question. It is intentionally vague because I like to get a spontaneous answer from everyone that comes in. Who is Simon Hutton, and how did you get here?
Who am I? Well, I'm 27. I am still. I ended up sort of falling in to this whole healthcare issue, largely because of just things that happen around me. Family, friends, seeing all this stuff. You know, going on around me. Two events in particular. I want to focus in on how I got involved in healthcare. First of all, I had a cousin who lived in Chicago, and he was a contractor. He worked really hard. He made swimming pools actually, and he made enough money that he couldn't be on Medicare, Medicaid. He couldn't be on Medicaid, but he spent, he was just scraping by, paying for his family, where they lived and everything like that, and he started having this pain, and he just decided, okay, I'm just going to hold off. He was 2 years before he could be on Medicare. And he said, I can't go to the doctor. I'm living on the edge here trying to support my family. And he was, I'm going to wait 2 years until I'm on Medicare to try and get this looked at. And he didn't make it for 2 years. About a year in, he had to go to the emergency room, and he had stage 4 cancer. Doctor said, why didn't you come to me sooner? And we could have done something about it if you'd come in when you'd first felt this, but he waited a year because he was so afraid of the cost, and he died. I mean, he died just purely because he'd been afraid to go and see a doctor right when it happened. And so I knew him pretty well, and it was very kind of gut wrenching to know that he could have survived if he'd just been able to go and see a doctor. And then, sort of around that same time, a friend of mine, a trans woman, was attacked, was beaten up, and she had to go to the emergency room, and even though she had been attacked violently, she was the victim of a crime. She ended up having $20,000 of medical bills, and she was only able to pay for it because of a GoFundMe campaign, which we were just talking about, actually. She managed to pool enough money together to pay for her medical bills. But it just goes to show in the American healthcare system, you could be assaulted and you're stuck with tens of thousands of dollars that you have to pay off yourself. And I would actually like to briefly clarify. We talked about GoFundMe. GoFundMe is not the number one pass through. However, medical bills are the number one thing that's funded on GoFundMe. It's about a third of everything that's funded on GoFundMe. Just to clarify that. But after those things happened, I couldn't. I was actually honestly filled with disgust that such things could happen in this country. I love living here. I like the United States, but the fact that we allow such things to happen is just abhorrent to me.
Let me
And
ask about that.
yeah.
There is a growing, sadly, and we're not afraid to say the F word on this program. There is a growing fascistic movement in this country that will kind of put you on a sort of public pressure, social media ish type pressure trial if you happen to say anything critical of the United States. Because they're quote unquote, they're the real patriots.
Mm-hmm.
The opposite of love is not hate, it is apathy. And because folks like you and I, and so many others, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of others, continue to fight for some form of universal health coverage in this country, that's terribly, terribly patriotic, isn't it? Isn't it terribly, terribly patriotic to be able to have the courage and the wherewithal and to be tuned in enough to criticize your country because you want it to be better?
I think so. I mean, I think the most patriotic thing you can do is recognize the flaws of a place you care about, the place you live, and want to try to make them better. I think I'm simply sitting there and saying we're the best. We don't need. We're already at the top. We don't need to improve anything. This is the best. Any criticism is anti-American, anti-patriotic, is ridiculous to me. I think really expressing love, appreciation, and patriotism for the place you live is wanting to fix the problems that it has, you know, um, and I think it's really unfortunate that this idea that the best thing you can be is this uncritical, just observer, not even really a participant. Because if you're a participant, you'd be engaging in the process. You'd be paying attention to the things around you, the way things are, and trying to make them better. But just like no, the ideal that we're supposed to aspire to is to just passively drift along without trying to make any kind of difference at all, any kind of change at all.
And isn't it actually, as I was talking about the Constitution earlier, it might be the single most constitutional thing you can do to form a more perfect union. Even the framers knew that what they were creating was not perfect and was not finished. A more perfect union.
Hmm.
And it seems to me to be a very simple conversation and a very simple debate. That if you are, it takes us back to FDR and his second Bill of Rights. Folks, please keep in mind that the original 10 amendments to the Constitution, the original Bill of Rights, these are political rights. These are social rights. These are arguably private rights. Well, FDR wanted a second Bill of Rights, an economic Bill of Rights. You had the right to a job, to earn a fair wage to support yourself. You had a right to housing, to an education. Hell, you even had the right to a 2-week vacation. And you had a right to healthcare. If FDR had lived long enough, I have no doubt that that bill would have come to fruition and would have become part of the Constitution, and we would be a fundamentally different country than we are now, where everything we do must have some type of profit motive tied to it, or else we somehow don't find it a worthy endeavor. But please, folks, if you've never looked it up, it's a very simple DuckDuckGo search. If you don't want to use DuckDuckGo, use whatever search engine of your choice. But it's a very simple DuckDuckGo search. FDR's Second Bill of Rights, or FDR's Economic Bill of Rights, and you will see them, and they are very, very simple. And I will do the same thing on my end here, and I will read them to you at some point throughout the program. I have read them to you many times before, and I will do so again. Simon, you mentioned these stories that have happened to family and friends as what kind of got you into this movement. If there was a way to separate yourself from that, which I realize is a bit of a theoretical sort of argument, but if there was a way to separate yourself from that, you're 27, you're young, you're healthy. What do you care if someone in Alabama, no, I'm sorry, it's Mississippi. I think if you make more than either $7,000 or $9,000 in a year, you make too much money for Medicaid. What do you care? You're 27, you're young, you're rocking the 1920s mustache. What do you care? Why does this matter to you? If there was a way to separate yourself from the personal stories that you've been kind enough to share, what does it matter to you?
Well, I think, I mean, in my mind, I mean, if we're talking purely, you know, removing myself emotionally from the issue.
I realize it's a bit of a theoretical, kind of a mind experiment, but I mean,
is a sick society a good society? I mean, this is what I mean, even like we're talking like economically. I mean, we're saying like we have a society in which we allow people to just be sick. I think about this a lot because, I talk to people and I mentioned universal healthcare and how, it's expensive to go to a doctor. I'll always hear these like not severe things. Obviously cancer is very dramatic, but like, oh, I've been having this hand pain, this wrist pain that's really been like impacting my life. That's made it harder for me to work, harder to do things. And I've had it for a year, and I haven't gone to the doctor because I can't afford it. I mean, do we really want Americans to all be suffering from a large variety of maladies that would be relatively simple to address, to solve, and just have all these people going around feeling ill, feeling pain that they don't have to? That doesn't seem, even if you're not thinking about it from like obviously it's very hard for me to separate the ethics that we should, as a society, take care of each other. But like, would you, even if you're an employer, do you want your employees to be ill and not be able to get health care? In addition to that, there's also the fact that it's on employers. In many cases, there's plenty of employers that, hire workers without providing healthcare coverage, part-time and stuff like that. But if you want to employ full-time workers, employers have to negotiate with insurance companies and provide that healthcare for them. And that costs a tremendous amount of overhead. They have to employ people to do that. You have to manage it all yourself. I mean, this is a tremendous burden that we're putting on American businesses and American workers, even putting aside the idea that, it's ethically good to not have people suffering and dying for pretty much no good reason,
We talked about patriotism and how criticism is patriotism. Well, there are some things that I wanted to ask you to comment on. The United States is number one in a lot of things. And when it comes to the healthcare debate issue, state of healthcare, the U.S. is number one. God, we're number one. We're awesome. We're number one. We're number one in infant mortality. We're number one in maternal mortality. We're number one in medical debt. We're number one in medical bankruptcies. And we are certainly the preeminent nation on earth in the profitization of medical care, where you can have the best care on the planet if you can pay for it. What is that series of semi-sarcastic but yet completely true statements say? Oh, and I should add, we are absolutely far and away, by a good distance, as we say in the ancient Gaelic, number one in maternal mortality and infant mortality if you are coming from a community of color. What does that say? Isn't the most patriotic thing we can do to try to solve these things? One would think.
One would think. I mean, we always like to distinguish ourselves in the United States, don't we? Really like to stand out from the pack. Yeah, I think it's an unfortunate, a very unfortunate combination. I think that um, you know, people talk about it's this cruel irony that, in terms of like medical research, medical care, you know, we have some of the we have a lot of the best doctors in the world, you know, we have pretty much largely the best medical research in the world, and yet a lot of our citizens can't even benefit from this exceptional. That's something we are exceptional at, legitimately. And yet, you know, it's sort of like, obviously people who have enough money can benefit from it, but it's like a tree falls in the forest. If you have all, and no one hears it, if you have all this amazing stuff and most people can't benefit from it, what's the point?
Isn't that kind of the frightening? Isn't that a frightening state of things in and of itself? That because we, by far, lead the planet in medical innovation, technology, pharmaceuticals, kind of really only if you can make money on it. Like, it's not an accident that the most preeminent prescription drug on the planet is Viagra. It's also extraordinarily profitable. Costs about 87 cents to make a pill, can charge you up to $400 for one of them. It's extraordinarily profitable. So you're right, the United States is, and by a good distance, the leader in global medical technology, new techniques, new procedures, certainly in the development of pharmaceuticals, but we tend to focus to what's profitable.
Mm-hmm. And, I don't think it's an either or situation. I don't think it's an either or, like, oh, either we can be entirely focused on profit and we have all this incredible medical research, or we have a healthcare system that actually works for the people of this country. I don't think that those things are mutually exclusive. However, I think if you even if you had to choose, I mean, it seems to me that your first priority should be the well-being of your citizens. I mean, the United States, like, you just look at some of, like, the United States, its life expectancy is 5 years less than many other equivalent industrialized nations. I mean, 5 years.
And, like and decreasing.
Yeah, and it's going down. I mean, I believe, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's at 78 years right now, 78, and plenty of other...
Unless you are a member of the economic top 1%, in which case it's 84 plus years.
Mm-hmm. but other countries. I mean, you can look at other countries, Japan, other countries, Europe, other industrialized nations. They managed to have upwards of 84% for on average for their entire citizenry. You know, so that 84 number is not even that exceptional for like the wealthiest people in the country. You know, uh, and of course, far less for. And of course, as you go down the economic strata and communities of color, it gets lower and lower, because of the inaccessibility.
Why do you believe that the absolute, as depressing as they might be, but the complete factual statements that you and I have just talked about for the last 10 minutes, why do you think that's not common knowledge? Why does the American citizenry not know that we are number one in infant mortality and maternal mortality, and even more so in communities of color, and that we're number one in medical debt and medical bankruptcies?
I think. I mean, you're always going to struggle to inform the public, but I think it's in this case, like a lot of things in our modern world, it's a combination of noise and apathy. You know, I mean, I studied new media, and back when the internet early, the late aughts, early 2000s, there like everyone believed the internet was going to be this miracle technology, right? That was finally going to democratize information. Everyone could have all the information they need at their fingertips, you know, and everyone would be able to, be an educated, informed public, the town square, as it were. But, as we know, that wasn't the reality. People are just deluged by information and bad information. Um, and there's just so much noise, such a cacophony of information.
Bad information or misinformation?
I would
Or
call,
both?
I mean,
All of
bad. I
the
mean,
above.
there's actually like maliciously spread bad information. There's misinformation, and then there is good information mixed in there, but it's very hard to distinguish them. And people are struggling to get by. People are consumed by apathy. And so if you're apathetic, you're trying to just make enough money to survive, and your source of information is just this absolute deluge that the internet brings to life. I mean, you know, how honestly, I empathize with people. How can you expect people to have the time and energy and will to learn about this stuff when there's and also when misinformation is so readily, spread, especially over social media. I mean, misinformation spreads better than good information over our most commonly used methods of mass communication. There are studies that reflect that, like,
The
take
theory
that
that the theory that if it bleeds, it leads.
exactly, like
As depressing as that is.
rage, outrage, anger. These are the things that rise to the top, in the current system of information we have, and we haven't yet figured out how to deal with that. So it's very unsurprising that people just don't know this stuff and are just like, well, this is just the way it is, and there's nothing I can do
You'd
about it.
think that since what's interesting about you to me, among many things, you are 27. Again, rocking the 1920s mustache, let's be honest. Right?
Thank you.
Completely rocking it. An era an era you have no part of, but still doing it anyway, carrying on the traditions. But in all seriousness, you've grown up in the United States completely post Reagan. I think one of the comments that former President Obama got beat up about the most, even though he was exactly correct, is that Reagan was one of, if not the most transformative presidents we've ever had in this country, because he completely flipped the script. We went from a lending nation to a borrowing nation. We went from a manufacturing nation to a consuming nation. We went from a unionized nation to a privatized nation. We went from paying the bills to being in debt. We went from, in so many other different ways, we went from helping our fellow man to being hostile to them. Reagan was exceptionally transformative. And you have never known, except through the study of history, a nation prior to that. I mean, one of the things I used to say on this program every week, and I got a lot of flack for it because it was surprising. I know, thank God you're sitting down. Surprisingly sarcastic, is that I swear to God, one of the great things about time is that it is sequential. It's 2023. That presupposes there was a 2022 and a 2021. And there was a January 20th, 1981, but it presupposes that there was a 1980 and a 79 and a 78 and a 1932 when it took a Democratic president to save us from the Republican Great Depression. So you have not grown up in an era anything other than Reaganism, austerity, privatize everything. Greed is good. If somebody doesn't have a job, they're just lazy. If they need a doctor, it's because they're sick and they don't take care of themselves. And welfare queens and all the buzzwords and everything else. In fact, I would say it's hyper Reaganism because now we've crossed into full blown fascism. So given that, and given the wonderfully optimistic ideal that it is young people who are becoming the most active and the most progressive, who have never grown up in a country knowing true progressivism, i.e., the New Deal, how do you fall onto this side of the debate if it's not too personal of a question? What makes you wake up and say, wait, this isn't kind of isn't right?
Wow. That's actually almost kind of hard to answer. You know, it's always hard to think back to the person you were. So it's almost hard for me to reflect on like the journey that led me to where I am now. Because I wasn't really. I mean, you know, I was pretty politically unengaged until Trump was elected in 2016. The start of the Trump presidency. I mean, I think, for plenty of people my age, that was somewhat of a wake up call. But I think there was sort of uh, this idea that it's like things are the way they are. We had 8 years, 8 years of Obama, and wasn't really keyed in, and there was just this unspoken expectation that then it would be Hillary Clinton, and then all of a sudden, seemingly, I mean, to people paying attention, I'm sure it wasn't out of nowhere, and it had been building for a long time. And very interestingly, in retrospect, I see that now. But for someone growing up, as you say, post Reagan, this austerity politics, this Reaganism sort of mindset, it was a shock. And I just sort of started looking around. I also grew up in a middle class, very sort of middle class, just sort of passively liberal household, and I wasn't really exposed to a lot of the really harsh realities of that had really come into being in this country. And it wasn't until I started meeting people, which coincidentally sort of was around the time that Trump was elected, people who had really terrible lives for pretty much no good reason. I think that's what I really saw. I met a lot of people, started meeting a lot of people who were like from the LGBTQ community, people who had just grown up in terrible, poor circumstances, and these people were just so sad and apathetic and depressed. A lot of them, they were just going day by day. They weren't even thinking about anything else. And I just sort of shocked me awake. It was like a splash of water in my face that there's so many people like this that are living in this country right now that I'd just been sort of blindly living through without even really thinking about it. And I was like, things don't have to be this way. This isn't normal. This isn't good. We're the wealthiest country in the world, and we allow these people to suffer the way that they suffer. I mean, that was I think what really started me going down this road. Um, but yeah, it's a tough question. It's a tough question. I might have to ruminate on that a little bit more and get back to
Well,
you.
I think it's, I do think it's fascinating. I think it provides hope. I'm very, very happy about it. You are not the only person of your age group that is as tuned in as you are, that I happen to be associated with. I consider myself very lucky for that. But it is hard it's hard for me to understand. It's hard for all of us to understand what it's like to have grown up in the Deep South pre-Civil War. We weren't there. We weren't alive. All we have are the accounts, the writings, the stories, and the history of it. And it's hard to place yourself in it because you just weren't there. Hell, I wasn't at Woodstock. It's hard to really picture what it was like to be there. I can watch the film, I can talk to people who were there, and I understand it's a hell of a leap to go from slavery to Woodstock, but the point is still the same. I never set foot on the moon. I can only listen to what Neil Armstrong said about doing it. So for an entire generation of people, from 18 to, well, I mean, we're 40 plus years into Reaganism now, but even from, say, 18 years old to even 30 years old, 35, maybe even 40, who have never known a country that operated under the full implementations of the New Deal, but yet long for exactly that. To say that we can be a more just society. We can pay for these things. And should be. There's no reason to have approaching $2 trillion of student debt that the government is making money on. We shouldn't have 3+ trillion in medical debt. We shouldn't have had 44 million Americans with no health coverage during a global pandemic that shut down the world economy. And that the number of medical bankruptcies during this time skyrocketed. How many medical bankruptcies took place in Canada during the pandemic, Simon? Do you know?
I don't.
I know that you know, but can you tell everyone?
Uh, I'd have to imagine that that it was that
The answer is zero.
none. Yeah, I was gonna
Do you
say
know how many medical bankruptcies took place in the United Kingdom during the pandemic?
none.
The answer is zero. In Germany,
Mm-hmm.
zero. In the Scandinavian countries,
Zero.
zero. In Japan,
Zero.
in Australia,
Zero.
in China,
Oh, really? China?
zero.
Wow.
We are the only nation where our fellow citizens went bankrupt trying to protect themselves from a pandemic. The only place.
Not to mention, not only do we do we have medical bankruptcy, it's the number one source of personal bankruptcy. Like, it's not like they have none and we have a few. It's the number one.
We're number one. We're
Yeah,
number one.
exactly. Just imagine that. And the thing is like so much of it is it's not even like we pretend as if this is a choice. Like all these people that go into medical bankruptcy, you know, that it was their choice. It's like, oh well, maybe you shouldn't. Maybe that drunk driver shouldn't have slammed into the side of your car and given you hundreds of thousands of dollars of medical bills because the ambulance picked you up when you were unconscious and brought you to a hospital that was out of network. Medical bankruptcy. You should have been more responsible with your money. you know, um, it's obscene. It really is obscene. Um,
Why do you think so much? And I may have already answered the question by asking you about, growing up in a Reagan era, but why do you suppose so much of our society, I'm fighting with my headphones today to bother my ears. Why do you suppose so much of our society has accepted this as okay?
mm, well, I don't
That
know if
people
it's.
just seem to think, oh, this is how it is. It's okay. We can't do anything different than this.
I mean, there was. I
Taking her,
struggle
right?
with the word accepted because there are indications that it's not like our like Americans the American people like this. I mean, we um polling data from Oregon
But they seem to be. I think way too many of us seem to be accepting of it. We might not be happy about it, but we do seem to accept it.
I mean, you talked about apathy, and I talk about apathy a lot. I mean, it's not that you ex- it's not that people accept it. They just they don't see any way out. I think that like they see it as hopeless, and I think when you're confronted with a terrible reality that you can't envision, I saw someone in the chat mention lack of empathy. I mean, also, I think that's another point. I'll get to that in a minute. But first of all, you can't see any solution out of it, and also, it doesn't really hit home until it happens to you. I think I see this particularly among young people. They don't even think about it until they fall off of their parents' insurance. They're 20, and then
Right.
they've never even thought about
I'm
medical.
young, I'm healthy, I'm good. And then you go mountain biking, you go over the front handlebars and break a leg, and then it's $40,000 to set a bone.
Yeah, I mean, it does. It's not something that I think people are busy in their lives and they know this happens, but then they're like, that's not happening to me. Whatever. Who cares? And then what happened to me? It's like, and it's. I think
And,
a lot of
and not just, oh, whoops, happened to me. It's like, oh,
yeah.
now what?
What do I do now? I mean,
What do I do now?
hmm and
And all too often, not to make a joke of it, and even though that we talked about it in the first hour, especially, and earlier this hour, oh, I better set up a GoFundMe.
yeah, yeah. And it's really like, I mean, it's all about shifting the blame onto the consumer. I think about this a lot. I think that's a pretty broad. I mean, just think about how we approach. I mean, this is a different topic, but to just touch on it briefly, like climate change or something. It's the individual's responsibility to recycle. It's the individual's responsibility to be ethical. You know, and that's good. Recycling is good, but it's almost like a deflection, and then it's like, oh, it's the individual's responsibility to take care of their health. You know, oh, if you didn't want to get medical debt, maybe you should have been a healthier person. Maybe you should have spent 2 hours a day working out, eating fresh vegetables, things that are entirely infeasible for many members of our society.
And by the way, a circular argument.
Yeah,
Am I a circular argument? Well, you should have been more healthy. Yeah, but I can't afford to see a doctor.
hmm
I
and
can't
then
afford. I'm in a food desert. Well, you should have eaten more fresh vegetables.
yeah, and it just goes round and
It's a
round.
pull. It's a pull yourself up by your bootstraps kind of the argument.
Yeah, and so I think people do lack empathy for the people that are suffering, but I also think it's apathy and inability to see how things could be better. And to be fair, um, I mean, you talk about the F word, fascism. I mean, it feels, I think, for a lot of people, and again, I'm going to talk about my generation because I interact with them a lot, like actual good things seem so distant. It seems like it seems like the best we can hope for is barely holding on to a semblance of American democracy, you know? And when you feel like they're just scrabbling to hold on, like achieving universal health care for the entire country is like a pipe dream. It's like why are we even it's like that's not even something that's imaginable to happen when we're so deep, when we're in such a sort of deep hole, you know? So,
it, those circular arguments have been put upon us. Would you say that they are shadow arguments? They're kind of the whataboutism kind of arguments. Well, you're bankrupt because you had to go to so many doctors because you're not healthy, or because you didn't eat right, or you didn't exercise, or you didn't. Yeah, well, because I was working 3 jobs, none of which provided health care.
mhm.
And it becomes a circular argument that it's victim blaming and victim shaming. Well, you got raped because you wore a short dress.
Mhm.
It's kind of the same thing. And there is a component of that. Let's just be blunt. If you're morbidly obese and you eat poorly, and you will be a drain on the system, but not everybody can afford to, you know, do a raw vegetable diet, or, you know, or eat nothing but, wild caught salmon and things like that. It's expensive.
Well, I
And
mean,
by the way, even the healthiest among us will need a doctor at some point. You'll trip, fall, and chip a tooth, or, you know, playing tennis and you pull a muscle, or try to go to the gym and lift those weights and wrench your back. Doesn't matter how healthy you are, you're going to be. We see it with professional athletes all the time. The best athletes on the planet get hurt.
mhm. I mean, here's the thing: people will always slip. People will always get hurt. Things will always happen, and people will always slip through the cracks. I mean, you're never, you can't design a perfect society in which everyone's always going to be perfectly healthy, always eat well. But like, you can create a society where it's not just like we're a sick nation. Partially, it goes beyond just the fact that we don't have universal health care. It's the way our society, the patterns of our society. I mean, like, talk about walkability. This is a really big thing. Like how we're a car culture. You know, we're all split up into like atomized suburbs, atomized suburbs, and we drive everywhere. We have single family housing in the middle of cities, that are like not that take up so much room and are unaffordable. And we don't have mixed zoning laws. And what I'm saying is that, like, if people could just go out the door, walk around, like have a really walkable city like they do in Europe, they'd get more exercise. They'd have social connections. You'd have lower rates of depression. And there's so many things we can do on a broad level that would make us less sick. But our society is designed to keep people sick, keep people depressed, keep people in bad habits, and then we don't even take care of them. It's like
We keep
sick.
them desperate.
Yeah. And then sick care, sick care, we treat them once they have a desperate situation, and then we throw them into debt, which just makes everything worse. It's just a vicious cycle of a deeply sick and a deeply unethical country that we live in. Just like all around.
Does it entirely come from the greed is good, Reaganism, unfettered capitalism, free market solutions, buzzword sort of mentality? Or have we been conditioned, even previous perhaps, that you you kind of are where you deserved to be?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've always had an individualist streak in the United States, which is not a bad thing in entirety. It's just a reality that has good and bad externalities. Um, but I think that Reaganism sort of heightened the worst aspects of that. You know, I think that um, I think that a lot of the way our society is designed is a consequence of the fact the fact that individualism, that almost that opposition to sort of any kind of community solutions, like it's all on you. You know, if you succeed you can be incredible. You know, you do it alone, you rise to the top. um and then if you don't succeed, that failure is entirely on you. And of course, also, I think a good note, again in the chat, is I think that I think that Reaganism, a lot of this is the consequence of the Cold War too. I mean, this like hyper the where we ended up, Reaganism, hyper capitalist society, individualism, in direct opposition to this ideological enemy. That was certainly contributed as well, to where we're at. I in my mind.
I've said on the program 1,000 different times that I think one of the great lies that was ever perpetuated on this country, and to be quite honest, on Great Britain, where Margaret Thatcher created this idea, and she wasn't the first, but she was certainly first in the modern era to say we're not a society, we're not a community, we're a group of individuals who happen to live together.
Mm-hmm.
Reagan seized upon that and sort of pushed out, or at least the people around him, because there's always the continuing historical debate of how much he really knew he was doing and how much he was the voice of. But that said, it really is one of the great lies that's ever been put on the American people, is it not? That we're not a society, that we're just a group of rugged individuals. Except that I happen to live in a complex where the homes are built in rows. If my house catches on fire, you're damn sure it affects my neighbor,
Mm-hmm.
and vice versa. So
Yeah.
isn't this really one of the big, and hasn't this so-called rugged individualist sort of argument, it's laced all over the healthcare discussion. It's all over it. You're just rugged individuals. Figure it out. Pick yourself up by your bootstraps.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the interesting thing, I think, is also like it's not it's not so much this mentality. It's like, as Americans, we tend to care very much for like immediate families, like our tight knit group. Our immediate family, our very close friends, our very close relations. Um, and I know plenty of very conservative people. I have conservative people in my family that they would go over hell or high water for someone that was like a close family member. You know, but that is their circle. Beyond that, it's the Wild West, if you want to say. They only there's a definite lack of empathy for anyone, even seeing people as really human beyond your immediate close knit group, that I think is a really unfortunate
Is that kind
strain.
of an extension of the disposable society, that even people have become disposable?
Yeah, yeah, and I think And like I mentioned, the suburbs. I mean, that's why we have all of these suburbs. It's like we all live in our little tiny bubbles, our little nuclear families, you know, and we drive everywhere. We don't use public transit. We don't, the decline of third places, places that aren't your work or your home is we're getting fewer and fewer of those in our society. Um, and we're just getting more and more isolated. I mean, we're losing. I think in terms of empathy with the internet and the way our society is just becoming more and more atomized. I think, you know, that aspect of society is only becoming worse, even as we speak. I think we're going down a darker and darker road as far as that's concerned. Um, and the internet can't substitute for you can know people on the internet, but it can't substitute for real connection. And if you want to tie it back into healthcare, you have to be around people to be able to empathize with them and care about them. So someone who got crushed by medical debt, a trans person, you know, a person of color. If you don't live around these people, if you don't, then they're so easily demonized, and that's where I think the lack of empathy comes from.
Not everybody in a country of 330 million people, we can't wait for everyone to have a healthcare story. So how do we reach the remainder of the nation that unfortunately needs to be drawn into this, that needs to be convinced? How do we draw them in? How do we draw in I'm young, I'm healthy, my 97-year-old neighbor passed. Yeah, okay, she's 97. I'm not. So how do we draw in everybody without having to wait for it to happen to them?
I mean, there's a certain number of people you're never going to reach. And this is the thing about, you know, ideally, ideally you just need oh, hey Javier.
Hello, everybody. Sorry,
Go
ahead, Simon.
Please finish your answer. Top of the hour, we'll reset and we'll keep on plugging.
Oh, all right. Yeah, cool. You're never going to reach a certain number of people. I think 30% of people are unreachable, firmly. You need to just choose the people that are available, and you need to use diversity of tactics. I think it's particularly difficult right now because there's such a socialism. Anything related to anything that could be even branded adjacent to socialism, Marxism, all these buzzwords is just anyone on the conservative side of the spectrum is
Every single individual that I have ever been in a conversation with, be it live or online, who has used the term Marxism to me cannot define it.
Yeah.
On the spot, cannot define it. I have a lovely little meme that I Googled, found, saved it in my photos, and every time I save it, I plug it into the chat. And people will say, "What's this?" So I thought, since you're throwing the term around, you might want to have an idea of what it actually meant. Because no one does. And the most powerful thing I've ever done, and not because I'm brilliant, because God knows I'm not, is whenever I hear the socialism argument, I will walk up to people and say, "Do you have your Social Security card on you?" Yeah. Carry it around for ID. Okay. I thought all you really needed was a gun permit. But okay. You have it. Awesome. Why don't you give that to me? I'm not giving you my... Well, why not? I earned that. Yeah, you did. That's the effing point. You paid into it and you earned it. But, by the way, the boogie word that you're so afraid of, the boogeyman, shadow person word that you're so afraid of, Socialism, social security. It's built right in the description. You're right. What a terrible thing. What a devilistic, demonistic thing. Let's get you out of that program right now. Let me have your card and we'll burn it. And we'll remove that terrible oppression of socialism off of you right now. And oh, by the way, let's think about the other parts of it. You may never go to the library again ever.
That mail for the post office.
That patch of road in front of you, that's yours now. The damn thing better be smooth. The lines better be painted. People only better park where they're allowed to. And you better clear the snow out of it in the winter. And you better figure out how to build your own pipe from the water treatment plant. Oh, which is also, by the way, socialistic. So you can't have that. I hope you have a well. And people will become enraged. Well, now you're just being ridiculous. No, you're ridiculous. Because this is a socialist nation. It's a democratic socialist nation. By the way, everybody had a cow. It's so inflamed and so enraged almost when Bernie Sanders said, "Yeah, I'm a democratic socialist." Yeah. So is all of Western Europe. And why are they? Because we were. Because we rebuilt the entire continent when it had very few functioning governments.
Yeah.
Most of the post-war constitutions written in Europe were based on the American Constitution. It was Truman himself who told the Germans, you should put in your constitution that any company with more than 500 employees must have union representation on its board. It came from Truman. We've had a social democratic president in this country, by the way, folks. His name was Franklin Roosevelt. And he was so damn popular. And he got elected 4 times. And Republicans had to change the Constitution to keep it from happening again. The Great Depression up until the 1950s was commonly known as the Republican Great Depression because they caused it. History, there's a lot of history that can be debated and interpreted. Did FDR know that the attack on Pearl Harbor was imminent? Why did Hitler open up a second front even after he said in public, I won't be dumb like Napoleon? Why did John Brown start his movement toward abolitionists? Why did he become violent when his movement was growing as a peaceful movement? And on and on and on. History is replete with what ifs. And a good chunk of history is still up for interpretation. But some of it isn't. And the healthcare debate is wrapped up in that. That we are and have been a socially democratic nation to varying degrees in our history. And that healthcare for all is no different. Oh, by the way, folks, come close. I need you to hear this. We already have socialized medicine in this country. It's called the VA.
Right.
And it is overwhelmingly, even with all of its shortcomings and massive underinvestment and underspending and understaffing, it is overwhelmingly popular, like in the 90s percentile. We already have it. Just are you sitting? We already have it. And it works. Here's another quick little fact before we reset the program. Medicare for All has a majority percentage of support in every poll, even Fox, with Republicans. The majority of you support it. The problem is that the majority of you think you don't deserve it. And that you don't think it's a civilized course of action. And that it is actually a natural part of a civilized society. But I've seen as high as 58% of Republicans, self-identified Republicans, because there really aren't many real ones left, believe in Medicare for all. 7:05 Eastern Time, we have entered the third hour of our program. This is the Kennedy Effect Live for June 4th, 2023. Wherever you might be across the Facebook universe, thank you for being there. We've shared the program to about 110 different places across Facebook this week. Thank you for allowing us to be part of your little corner of the meta universe, of the Facebook universe, wherever you might be watching the program. Whatever group it might be, whatever page it might be, if you've been kind enough to share it onto groups that you might belong to that I don't, or if you're watching it on any of the places that we have shared it, thank you, thank you, thank you. Please always remember, we have no advertisers, the program makes no money, so we could not be here if you are not there. We cordially invite you to come over to our home group Facebook page for all things surrounding the Kennedy Effect, and that is That Other Side of Information. That Other Side of Information. Long after the show goes off the air, the Facebook page is always there, always open 24/7 for you to go to and check out the articles that we have posted, the news items that we think are worthy of your attention. And they're not always just political, and they're not always just about healthcare. There's a lot of environmental issues there, articles there, book reviews, movie reviews, a lot of astronomy, and a lot of animal advocacy and animal welfare articles there too. We hope you will check us out. That Other Side of Information. We are live tonight, both across the Facebook universe and on our YouTube channel, all at the same time through the wonders of modern technology. The same modern technology that barely allowed Simon and Javier to come on camera, but yet still allows us to share to all these places at the same time. If you have missed any of our programs so far, and again, we have entered hour 3, please remember that you can go to our YouTube channel. That's probably the easiest place to go, and you will find all of our recorded programs right there. Every single program that has ever aired, every single episode that has ever aired, The Kennedy Effect is at our YouTube channel, and it's also called That Other Side of Information. And perhaps right now on your screen, it's very, very small and very, very blurry, but all of our social media is listed right here. You can find us on Twitter at That Kennedy Talk. Our email address is thatotherkennedy@gmail.com, and then everything else, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Patreon, TikTok, That Other Side of Information. To our sisters and brothers and friends and family at hot101.net, to listeners literally everywhere on our humble, small, blue world, thank you for tuning us in yet again. We encourage you to be part of the program as well. You can drop your comments, you can call, all that fun stuff. Be part of the program everywhere on Earth. If you can connect to the internet, you can listen to hot101.net, and you should be. Long after we're off the air, the music continues. The artistry of the DJs at hot101.net is simply unparalleled, and you might think it's really not your kind of music, and to be honest with you, some of it isn't my kind of music. I listen to it anyway, because the artistry with which these DJs can blend and mix that music together is a true talent. It's artistry. It's absolute artistry, and you need to check it out. If you can connect to the internet, you can listen to hot101.net. Our name is our web address, hot101.net. But you don't need to use the main website either. You can use our apps. You can go to the Apple App Store if you have an Apple device, the Google Play Store for Android devices, and if you have any other type of device, go to the in radio app. Go up to the search bar, type in hot101.net, and you can listen to us there. And of course, America's favorite game show. I did it once, and I'm not going to rest until I can do it every single week. You can say, "Hey Alexa, play hot101.net." Javier Anderson has joined the program. He too is with One Pair States. He is from a little closer than I. He is from coming to us from the wilds of New York City, not from the far left coast that is coming from. But Javier, first off, welcome to the program. Thank you for taking time to be here, my friend. And let me begin to ask you the same question that we ask every new guest to the program. Who is Javier Anderson, and how did you get here?
That is a very interesting question. Welcome. Thank you for having me on. I guess Javier Anderson is a mild-mannered college student by day and a
Superhero by night?
Exactly. Progressive activist by night. He thinks a lot about what's wrong with the world and what he can do personally. He tries not to wallow in despair too often. He tries to go out there and get people involved. I guess I'm an armchair historian at heart, and I try to apply that curiosity of history into my activism on the streets. I got involved politically because my dad is a doctor at Montefiore. I was born and raised in the Bronx, one of the poorest communities in New York City and in the country. In fact, one of our politicians there had an initiative called Not 62, because there's 62 counties in New York State, and the Bronx just happens to have some of the worst health outcomes. So 62 out of 62. And I've been asking people in the Bronx anyway, do you know about this program? And their answers are usually, no, this is the first I'm hearing of it. But the point of this is that my dad, as a doctor, has really been trying to push health advocacy. When I was 12, he took me into the ER of the hospital he was working at. And gosh, as a 12-year-old, that memory just burned into my skull, because you saw people waiting there many hours in agony, waiting for treatment. You saw my dad had an incident where there was a person with active TB waiting in a waiting room, and he just hit the floor or the ceiling when that happened. And he's been a long advocate for universal health care. But I had not taken a stance on that until I got involved with the Bernie Sanders campaign in 2015. And man, that opened my eyes up. I was able to travel to South Carolina and to New Hampshire and a couple other states, and then it came to New York in 2016, and that was my issue. I learned about what Bernie Sanders was running on and why it was a lot better than the system we have now. And then
did you learn the same thing that I think a lot of Bernie Sanders supporters learned? That and I say this with the utmost respect to the senator. I'm a member of our revolution here in Pennsylvania. I'm a strategist for them. I became a member pretty much as soon as I moved back to Pennsylvania. I support the senator a great deal. I think he would have been Simon and I used the term before. I think he would have been a transformative president. Yeah. Did you learn the same thing that most, if not all, Bernie Sanders supporters learned, or I desperately hope would have learned? Is that nothing that the senator was putting forward, historically speaking, was new. We had already done it all. But it had been systemically torn apart and torn down. What he really campaigned on was reestablishing the New Deal. Did you see that, or am I off?
No, you're absolutely right. I got started in the Sanders campaign actually on a whim. Before Sanders ran in 2015, I had supported a candidate for governor of New York by the name of Zephyr Teachout. The name is just so odd, but you can probably look her up. She's now works for the Attorney General of the state of New York, but she ran for governor that year. And that was also the year I kind of rediscovered my interest in FDR. My grandfather used to own a little ranch-style house in Dutchess County, which is where FDR grew up. So every now and then we would go visit him, and my grandfather was a big New Dealer. He would take us out to see, Hyde Park, which is FDR's home and where he built his presidential library. And it's really striking how going there, you get a sense that the term that's probably thrown out there often is a traitor to his class. The joke at the FDR by the park rangers there was that he had a neighbor who voted for the Democrats, and then the Roosevelts voted for the Democrats, and then everyone else was Republican up there. But if you look at that area now, it's very Democratic. It voted for Hillary Clinton barely, but it voted for Trump, Biden. It's still
Teddy,
kind of a swing.
Teddy ran as a Republican, but yet he was the first progressive,
right,
in so many ways.
Yeah, I mean, I like to think that progressivism can cross party lines in the sense that there must be progressive Republicans out there. I mean, the fact that you saw Bernie Sanders doing a lot better than Trump in both 2016 and 2020, and in fact, we always tend to think of Vermont as this very blue state now, but it was the most Republican state from when Lincoln was elected till Lyndon Johnson's landslide in '64. And Bernie Sanders has consistently won areas that are traditionally very Republican. So I think that there's a lot of crossover appeal, as you were saying before, Jeff. I think there are
those policy initiatives are again supported by a majority of Republican voters. Higher taxes on the rich can poll as high as up into the 80s percentile. Eliminating student debt, free community college, if not all through university, universal health care, on and on and on. So many of these $15 minimum wage, which even now, considering that it's something that Bernie started talking about in 2015, even $15, math. Oh God, 8 years on is looking like not enough money. And actually, Bernie has started to advocate for an $18 minimum wage. Yeah. Everybody thought he was nuts and crazy and wild and radical and all of these things. And now these are mainstream positions.
Yeah, and I think. Go ahead.
By and large, these are mainstream positions.
Yeah, absolutely. So like for me, the discovery of my progressive politics was definitely looking back at the history of it, because it was around 100 years ago that we had this rush of progressive legislation, like the 16th Amendment, which gave the progressive income tax, 17th Amendment, the popular election of U.S. senators, 19th Amendment, women's right to vote. You had all this legislation there, and Roosevelt or FDR really was just kind of continuance of that, especially after the downturn of the Great Depression. But I guess to answer your question about why it's so broad in appeal, I think it just cuts across party lines. I mean, the polling backs it up, but I've had conversations with Republicans, in my time, and I just sense that the reason why our politics is broken is because it's so narrow. The mainstream politics that we see today, it just doesn't address issues that people are concerned about today, here and now. And what's bothering to them is that, where am I? Where is someone advocating, talking about me or for me? And
Well, let me ask you a question that Simon was kind enough to take on. You said you're a college student. You're obviously younger than me, but so is everybody. You have not grown up in a country that knows anything but, well, that's not the right wording I want to use. You only know a country post-Reagan, post tax cuts for the rich, post austerity, post privatize everything, profitize everything, trickle down economics. What's good for the billionaires will be good for you. Even though, Tom Hartman uses the famous phrase, "Stop pissing on me and tell me that it's raining." So how did you get to the conclusion? A conclusion that I think is actually quite patriotic, because I think you only complain about something and you only want to make it better when you love it.
That's
If
true.
you don't care about it, then you don't care about it.
Right.
So how did you come to the conclusion something's not quite right here? And I think we could do this better. And I think it would be better not just for me,
right,
but for everybody and for the nation as a whole. For somebody your age, and that's not to say, that's not to give you a lollipop and pat you on the head. I don't mean it that way. And I'm not trying to send you to the kids' table at Thanksgiving either. Let's just be honest. You're younger. You never knew a country where the New Deal was fully in place.
Yeah.
Right? I barely do. The New Deal had already started to be chipped away at through Nixon, and even President Carter deregulated the airlines and sold off Amtrak. So, but I know the New Deal a hell of a lot better than you, because I lived under more of it, right? One of the reasons, when asked why he was running for president, Reagan's answer was, because I want to destroy what's left of the New Deal. He said it flat out. So how do you come to the conclusion that, wait, this all just isn't quite right?
Gosh,
is it purely through history, or is it just something internal, or is it, as Simon mentioned, seeing friends and family going, putting up with cancer because they can't see a doctor? What informs you? What drives you?
Yeah, I mean, while I'd like to credit the history for my knowledge about why I evolved to this position, I think there were several events that were like just seminal in my lifetime that really kind of hemmed in, like, this isn't right. Something's not right, as you said. The first thing that comes to mind was the invasion of Iraq. I remember my dad took me out to the demonstration. That was held, I think, 2 weeks before the invasion in February of 2003, and it just showed me that, and this was a worldwide event. It wasn't just, city or blue. I think there was a real question about, like, what is the justification here? Shouldn't we be going after Al Qaeda? And then, of course, the WMDs weren't there. And then the second kind of major event in my lifetime was the 2008 financial crash. I remember how, wow, gosh, it was like, days after the House first defeated the bailout measure, that they just turned them around and said, oh, no, never mind, we'll pass it. $700 billion, and we essentially nationalized AIG, Bear Stearns, and then we had the Fed, inject, what's it called, market capitalization. Yeah, exactly. We just bought the banks, right? To save the economic.
We gave other big banks the money to buy the failing banks.
Right, exactly. Too big to fail, right?
We got all the profit. We absorbed all the liabilities and all the losses.
Right, and
there were about 8 or 9 major banks in the country before the Great Crisis, the Great Recession of 2007. By the way, it didn't happen when Obama was elected. It started before that. Of 2007, 2008, there were about 8 or 9 major banks in the country. There are now only 6.
Yeah, and I think that the real, I hate to say come to Jesus moment was Occupy Wall Street. I just remember very viscerally thinking to myself, wow, the banks, no banks have really changed their practices, so there's no guarantee that this won't happen again. The banks are bigger than before. And not only that, but in 2010, after the Republicans came into power, Bernie Sanders gave that 8.5-hour speech where he said, it's crazy. What we're doing is we're making this Faustian bargain in that we're going to extend unemployment benefits for 13 months, but we're going to extend the Bush-era tax cuts for 2 years. 13 months, 2 years, 13. just the kind of the inequity in there. Uh, yeah, that was very eye opening. And of course, for me as a kid growing up in the Bronx, I mean, people have this image of the Bronx. I don't know if you're familiar with the movie Fort Apache, The Bronx, starring Paul Newman and Ed Asner. Ed Asner, who was a big time socialist, which is very interesting because Ed Asner plays basically kind of the neoliberal position, saying we're just going to book, I want you to arrest everyone. Fascinating movie, and I think people have that image of the Bronx is burning. What Howard Cosell said in the '77 series. Yankees fan here,
Mm-hmm.
but I think yeah, I saw what happened with the Bronx. The Bronx had horrible HIV infection rates, and that didn't have to happen. My father's an HIV specialist by trade. And if we had just had a better, more compassionate social safety net, this also happened at the time when everyone said let Florida City drop dead, New York City let it go bankrupt, and essentially that's what happened. We had to restructure our debt, lay off thousands of garbage workers, police officers, city employees. I mean, it was a very very bad time, and we kind of just got out of it when I was born. Um, but yeah, no, the Bronx still has a lot of recessive kind of consequences from all those decisions of the last 40 years. Not just HIV and AIDS, but also just poor investment in terms of schools, infrastructure. So to me, I think that those were the main kind of progenitors of why I just became like supporting Bernie Sanders was second nature. Like, of course, the system isn't working for places like the Bronx. It might vote very Democratic, but it's I don't sense that the people there or me were reflected in the policies of the Obama administration, for instance. And then, of course, I remember I supported Obama. I was very young back then. Yeah, and I guess the frustration of that time frame made it just very easy for me to support Senator Sanders, and I'm glad I did. I don't regret it. I'm happy about that.
Let's get back to more healthcare focused, if you wouldn't mind.
No problem. Yeah.
It has been my conjecture on this program quite a bit, really, through the 4+ years that we've been here now. So much of health, quote unquote, health care in this country goes through the quote unquote insurance companies. It would seem to me that these companies, corporations, if you will, the CEO of United Healthcare made about $3 billion in his time in compensation in his time as CEO of United Healthcare. That they are nothing of the sort. They are banks.
Mm.
They just happen to, their industry of focus just happens to be surrounding health and medicine.
Yeah.
But they are banks. And like any other insurance company, your auto insurance company, your home insurance company, your mortgage insurance company,
Mm-hmm.
that you take in the premiums, you don't pay back out, or you find every way possible not to pay back out, and what you're left with is profit.
Mm.
What's wrong about that conjecture, if anything?
It's a loaded question. I guess I like to think of it
It
as
seems to be that's the premise that these health insurance companies are running under. Bring the money in and then find every way possible not to send it back out. And then whatever money that we do not send back out goes in the pocket. And so the less you lay out, look, any private corporation, there's only so many ways you can make money. Yeah. You raise prices, you sell more, or you spend less. So it would seem to me that these quote unquote health insurance companies, they're no different from any other corporation. Bring it in, keep costs, keep your labor costs low, private, quote unquote, private contractors, no unions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. In fact, some of the workers in this country who have the worst healthcare coverage work for health insurance companies, and then don't pay back out for tests or medicines or doctors or surgeries, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And the rest of it is profit. What about, to either of you, what about that is, what do I have wrong? Or do I have any of it wrong? Or is the whole damn thing wrong?
I mean, for me, and I'll gladly have Simon take it out after I speak here. Well, welcome back, Simon. I guess for me, it's that you're making a business or a racket out of a system in which the customers are the product, right? Where the patients are basically widgets. The fact that you can deny care to someone who is sick, you can't do that in another business that I know of. Not one where you're going to have a lot of return customers anyway. And I think what that says is that the commodification of healthcare, it's pretty dehumanizing for one thing, but it also just has a lot of ripple effects, a lot of consequences that knock on to the rest of society. And I think that's the real danger here, which is if you can go to the extent of, hey, we value our profits more than we do our customers / patients, whatever kind of way you want to denote it, then a lot of other bad things are probably going to roll around the bend. And I think that's what's concerning about it, because
haven't they come to the business decision, if you will? Because I would say a moral decision, but there aren't any. you have to have morals to reach a moral decision. Haven't they come?
Not a moral.
Haven't they come to the business decision that they can actually? It's actually better for them to have, as you stated, less customers as a whole, but to spend infinitely less on the ones that you have. You could have 100,000 customers take in $500 a month in premiums and only ever pay out $5 a month in return care and make a ton of money. Or you could have 1 million customers take in $500 a month but pay out $450, $460, $475 a month. You still make a hell of a lot of money, but you're passing through an awful lot of money as well.
I mean, my father, he actually explained this to me. Actually, a lot of my former family members were smokers. It's a known fact that smoking is not a really great pastime, so please do not do it. So you had smoking,
even though Mike Pence thinks it's completely safe because he's still paid. Because he's still paid by the industry.
Good for him, At least he's finding work, I don't know if he's going to be running for president, but good work if he can find it. But back to the point where you're making it, the cigarette industry kills its own customers. They spend a lot of money on, they're forced to by the government now to say our product kills. I doubt it that
the cigarette packaging in the EU.
That's right. And not only that, but there were some very successful court cases in the late 90s from this health activism that kind of forced the Philip Morris and all the other cigarette industries. I know we're straying a little bit off, but I think the point I'm trying to make is that, like you said, a corporation doesn't have morals or a soul. It has to be held accountable by either the shareholders or the customers, and of course, everyone needs healthcare. Like you said, even the world's most pristine athlete, you name it, Aaron Judge or Mike Trout. Even Mike Trout, he had a whole stint on the DL. Like, they're giving him world-class health care because he wants to perform at the top of the human what's it called, bell curve. So people can't just take it or leave it when it comes to their health care. So corporations kind of have a really big advantage there, and so
a captive audience.
Exactly, a captive audience, and it's very dangerous because ultimately you're stuck. You either get the health care or you don't. That's the choice we have in America, which is really not a great choice at all. And
Simon, would you subscribe to that? Would you subscribe to that? My presumption, if you will. I don't think I'm being presumptive, to be honest, but that these health insurance companies, they're just banks.
I mean, the thing is that there's kind of like there's two things here. As Javier pointed out, like either you have health insurance from one of these health insurance companies or you're screwed. It's like, I mean, of course, maybe, if you're over 65 or if you make not very much money, you can be on Medicaid. But like for a lot of people, it's like there isn't really a choice. The choice is you have health insurance and you're somewhat less screwed, probably, if something happens. Or you're entirely screwed if anything happens. And it's not just that. I mean, there's that. There's also the other dimension to it where it's like, yeah, it'd be one thing if everybody knew exactly what was going to happen to them that would be their health issues before it happened to them. Like I know that I'm going to get pancreatic cancer in 4 years. Well, I'd better shop for an insurance plan that gives really good coverage for pancreatic cancer. But it's not like you're going out to Home Depot to like buy a fence and you're like, ooh, what kind of fence do I want? Do I want a red fence? Do I want a green fence? And so it's both that they're pretty much people's only option, and also how is the capitalist model, how is this like privatized model supposed to function for customers that have no idea what product they're even going to need?
Yeah.
So yeah.
That's an interesting thought. I never thought about that. If you go shopping for a car, you pretty much know. Well, I think most people shop for a car on two levels: what they really want and what they actually need. But you don't know what you need with healthcare, do you? Because you can't see 50 years in the future of, well, I might be able to handle this. I can take this kind of deductible, and I'm not going to need, the extra eye bonus and dental, and I don't have a history of cancer in the family, and so until it happens, and then the the plan that you've bought doesn't cover any of it. What percentage of Medicare is now privatized?
About 50%. And now you're talking about Medicare Advantage, correct?
Well, yes, and in fact, Mark Pocan, Pramila Jayapal, Ro Khanna, and Bernie have sponsored legislation to disallow private insurance companies from using the word Medicare at all. Medicare Advantage, as we have talked about on this program many, many times, folks, many times, Medicare Advantage is not Medicare. It is a private insurance plan. And we all see the wonderful commercials on TV. Free gym memberships and free smoothies and free... just some of it's actually quite ridiculous, to be honest. But until you need it. And then suddenly that stuff isn't free anymore. And when something really happens to you, well, that's not covered. That free gym membership is only pretty good as long as you're healthy enough to go to the gym. Medicare Advantage is not Medicare.
Yeah.
And it is widely throughout the South, as the Confederacy continues to win the war, that it is still fighting.
Yeah.
Again, we mentioned with Simon earlier on the program, if you make, and I'm pretty sure I have this right, I'm working from memory. If you earn, quote unquote, earn over $9,000 in any given year, 9,000, just 9,000. This is simple math even I can do. That's less than $1,000 a month of income.
Mm-hmm.
You make too much money for Medicaid. And that is rampant throughout the South. Different states have different levels. I think the level in Arkansas is all the way up to $14,000, which is a whopping not even $1,100 a month. I think it's $1,025 or something like that. I'm doing rough math in the head. So these are... Medicaid is being designed by about half the states in the union to be inaccessible because they don't want you to have it. because then rich people have to pay taxes, and we can't have that. God knows, even though we had that.
Yeah.
The top marginal tax rate in this country for decades was 91%.
Yeah.
In the Eisenhower administration, it was 94%. And every dollar earned after 4 million in modern day dollars was taxed at 94%. Bernie
Yeah.
has suggested that everything over 999,999 is taxed at 100%. The billionaires just simply aren't necessary. He's right. They're not. They're not necessary. And remember that we created new billionaires. There are about 2,400 billionaires worldwide, about 660 of them here in the United States, pre-pandemic. There's now about 4,000 worldwide, and about 2,500 of them here in the States. We created new billionaires
Yeah.
when the world economy was shuttered. And Simon, Javier, let me quiz you the same way I did Simon.
Sure.
Really tough. I'm glad you're sitting down. Very, very difficult. Very, very difficult questions.
All right.
How many medical bankruptcies occurred during the pandemic in Canada?
Oh, wow. You're throwing me for a loop there. I believe the number is 0.
It is in fact 0. How about in the United Kingdom?
Also 0.
How about throughout the European Union?
Woo. Gosh, that is tougher.
That would also be 0. How about Australia?
That one I think is 0.
That would be 0 as well. How about Japan?
0.
That would be 0. And how about China?
Oh gosh.
That would be 0.
All right.
Whereas the uninsured rate in the United States went from about 25 million to 44 million. And medical bankruptcies skyrocketed. I don't know how much longer we're going to go past 8 o'clock, and I don't want to keep you all. I'm happy to keep going. We're allowed to be on the air till 9. I don't know how much we'll go past 8, so let me try to flip the script a bit and be a little positive.
Okay.
Well, so we've talked about the past. We've talked a lot about the situation that we're in now, or where we find ourselves. Let me take not 100-year look into the future, but let me take maybe a little tiny step into the future. Where are we? Where's the state of the movement now? Is it bogged down? Are we ceding? Are we ceding ground? Are we still moving ahead? Are you optimistic? So we've kind of looked at the past of it. We've looked at kind of where we are now. But maybe what's the other half of where we are now, if that question makes sense? Where are we now? What's the state of the movement now? To bring either Medicare for all or expansion of the ACA or somewhere on the scale of expansion of the ACA all the way to a national health service like they have in the UK, which I would prefer. By the way, I would go beyond Medicare for all. I'd prefer to have a national health service. That said, in that scale, where's the movement now?
Simon, you go ahead. I have some thoughts, but I'd love to hear you go first. Because you're more on the ground than I am.
All right. Well,
unless you want me to go first, I can do it.
No, the state of the movement is a mixed bag. There are positives though. I mean, first I have to acknowledge some of the negatives. I mean, the movement for universal healthcare in the United States is a little bit messy, but that tends to always happen. I mean, that always tends to happen in activist movements. There's a lot of disagreement between, whether we want to go at a state-based approach, try to get establish universal healthcare, single payer at the state level, and then sort of, build it up from there, or try to achieve it all at once at the federal level. And so there's disagreements there. However, I think there's a lot of reason to hope. I mean, you, Jeff, yourself have been talking about how incredibly popular, Medicare for all, universal health care, even with all of these people, as you talked about, as you brought up how socialism and Marxism, they don't mean anything. I agree, they don't mean anything. There's all this fear, propaganda, swirling around. Even despite all of that, you know, the um, the the movement for universal health care is really popular, even among Republicans. Even in my own home state, we do polling. Like, we have found that, like, a large majority of people, including many Republicans, are willing to implement a universal healthcare system, even if it would increase your taxes. I mean, that was part of the question. People, even when they're explicitly asked, this will increase how much you have to pay in your taxes, people will still support it. So I think that support among public is very encouraging. Um, I think more and more people are waking up to this. I think we are in some ways starting to move beyond the, Reagan era austerity politics, at least on the public level. The real challenge we face is how all of our politicians are essentially bought off by a tremendously powerful industry. Um, and that's the struggle. That's the fight. I mean, I can't. I maybe want Javier to speak to more about the state of activist movements and the politics. But
Yeah.
the problem is not at the ground level. The problem is up here. This is where we're blocked.
Yeah, I agree. I think the real struggle right now is um, translating hopes and desires into successful policy outcomes. If I could say that if I could use a term or a phrase to describe the healthcare movement now, I would say it's in transition. We're seeing a new generation of healthcare activists kind of move into the old guard, if I can use that term. And I think what we're doing is
I already know I'm old. You don't have to focus on it. It's
I'm
just
sorry.
we know I'm old.
No,
Beat up the topic. It's fine. You don't have to dwell on it though. I'm just saying.
I got. No, but I think what I'm trying to say is that gosh, the new generation's coming up, as exemplified by the squad, for instance, and a lot of local elected officials. Um, and I think Simon kind of hit it well in that we're moving away from the austerity politics of the last several decades. The way I thought about it was, when the time when Simon and I were born, I know that's a long time ago, but if you can remember it, there was a talk of the peace dividend, which is that all the billions of dollars that the United States spent on fighting the Cold War, supporting our allies, having warheads and troops spread all over the world at all the continents. With the end of the Cold War, all that money could be spent here at home. And I remember, and I know this is again hard to believe it happened a little less than 2 years ago now, when the pullout of Afghanistan was finally consummated. I thought to myself, gosh, we were spending $330 million a month in Afghanistan. And I don't know how much, that total will ultimately be, because we're going to have to pay for the health care of the veterans. But I think it's a much better investment to, invest that money here at home. And I think now the effort, as Simon said, is not on convincing the people. It's about, mobilizing people to the extent that power, that movement can't be ignored. I remember, in the weeks after Occupy Wall Street, which was very leaderless, that it was very easy for elected officials to kind of just brush aside those encampments wherever they were, because I think it was hard to kind of it was hard to see the resonance of that message out in the broader public. I think it was crystallized when Bernie Sanders ran, but I think it was also crystallized, like you said, when you had all these billionaires popping up, and we had this terrible public health crisis. I mean, I like to think that this decade that we're living in right now, the 2020s, goodness, can be a decade where we kind of look back, like we didn't do with the 1918 pandemic, and say to ourselves, what went wrong? Because I remember after 9/11, there was a huge rush to, okay, well, let's never have this happen again. And I would hope that we have the same kind of impetus, right? Where's that Blue Ribbon Commission? Where's the rush to kind of honor the people who suffered over the last 2-3 years and who are still suffering? I think the average now is about 400 people a day die from the COVID or complications.
1,000 a week. About
1,000 a week, right? Right. And
1,000 a week. Still.
Right. Exactly. So what are we doing to kind of honor, or not honor, but respect that enormous toll that was wrought on this country? The last thing we ought to do is say to ourselves, it's all over. We can go back to normal now, because for me, what was normal didn't work when we had a crisis. And I'm hopeful in the sense that with this experience in mind, we can't just hide our heads in the sand. I think too many of us, saw the inside of a hospital during that time, and we saw a loved one go away or die. And I think our mantra going forward should be never again. Obviously, that's not a guarantee. As Simon was saying before, no one is going to live, or as you were saying too, Jeff, no one is going to live a life without having to see a doctor once. It's just not possible. When we're born, we're in a hospital, or hopefully we're with a doula or someone who's willing to look after us, in the first initial time, right? And I think that's the mantra that we have to take going forward, which is that if we're not careful, it could all happen again. And that's a very scary prospect. But I think I'm hopeful about, again, the new generation, the lessons that we've learned from the last decade, really, of healthcare fights. Not just the pandemic. I remember the enormous swelling of activism when Trump was trying to repeal Obamacare in 2017. I shudder to think what would have happened if he'd actually succeeded. How many more people would have died had that not had people not been successful enough to convince them not to repeal that bill? That, to me, just shows you the power of the people right there. Before Trump took office, Obamacare was considered an unsuccessful, unpopular bill. As soon as they started talking about repealing it, the numbers changed like that. And again, we're always talking about what ifs. What if we're not prepared for the next pandemic? And I think that's the kind of question that I'm posing to all of you and all the listeners, and for all of us in the next couple of years when it comes to this issue, which is that it's not just about every day, kid falls down and scrapes a knee. It's about what happens if we have the next crisis. And I think that to me is something that we need to think about, both from a policy level and activism level.
Let me ask you, Simon. Did the pandemic? I should have asked this question earlier on in the program. Did the pandemic provide? The pandemic opened up a lot of eyes. I think it opened up a lot of eyes to the lack of universal coverage, the expense of coverage, the fact that, as you had mentioned earlier on in the program, the fact that people are willing to be sick because they're having to make the choice between, do I visit a doctor or do I eat? Or do I keep the car running enough to get me to my 5 jobs or whatever that might be? Or that my own health will suffer so that I can get the kids to the doctor or something like that. But did the pandemic provide almost, it's not the right wording, I'm lacking words, a good opportunity to open up America's eyes to say, hey, this isn't working. We can do better than this. That in the midst of a global pandemic, that if you caught this virus, you had an excellent chance of dying. And yet people still would refuse to go see a doctor because they couldn't afford it. So, Simon, did this pandemic provide us an opportunity, as devastating as it's been? And certainly if you have a family member friend or someone that you lost throughout this pandemic, you're not looking at this as a golden opportunity. But I'm asking, so to put that, to preface my question that way, Simon, even with that heavy sort of preface, ahead of it, did the pandemic provide us an opportunity?
Yes, I think it did. I think it provides us with an opportunity. I think not as much as I would have hoped, I suppose. I mean, there was a study that came out. Um, I can't. That said that they collected a whole bunch of information, and their conclusion was that like 242,000 fewer people could have died in the United States in only 2020 if we had had a universal healthcare system. An unbelievably large number, 242,000 in 1 year. You know? And I think the pandemic left incredibly deep scars on everyone.
Yeah.
And I think that information like that is clear as day. But and I think it's trauma. The pandemic was trauma, I think, for almost everyone. The problem is that trauma doesn't always help. I mean, here's the thing, and this is a kind of like an anecdote, but I know someone. She's in her. She's older. She's in her 60s. She had COVID 3 times. She permanently lost her sense of smell.
Oh no.
The third time she had it, she got so sick she was in the hospital for several days. This was recently, even after all the treatment has gotten better. Who knows if she even would have survived if without all the treatment advances we've had. Still, just a tremendously deep distrust of the healthcare system, refuses to get vaccinated. And in many ways became more distrustful of the government, being involved in healthcare because of the pandemic, even though we know that hundreds of thousands of lives probably could have been saved with universal healthcare.
Yeah.
So, I honestly, I'm not sure I'm not sure. I don't know if you have a different opinion on this, Javier, but it's,
Well, I would just throw out that I've mentioned on this program a number of times, too many probably for those who are here every week, or kind enough to be here every week. Why didn't the UK, I'm going to answer my own question, but why didn't the UK, why wasn't there a panic in the UK that we don't have enough ventilators? We don't have enough beds. We don't have enough this. We don't have enough that. We don't have enough that. Because there is absolutely zero profit motive built into the National Health Service. It is funded, owned, operated, paid for, everything by the UK national government. Now, you can still buy private insurance in the UK if you want to have your body augmented, and you can pay for it that way, and you can use private insurance to get nicer individual private rooms and so on and so on. The National Health Service cannot be denied to anyone by anyone. And because there's no profit motive, the UK had warehouses full of PPE, of ventilators, of beds, of mobile units, because there's no profit motive for them to not have these things. They were there when they needed them. It is precautionary, it is smart, it is planning to have the things that you need when everything goes south.
Yeah.
Why did the economy in the United States, quote unquote, shut down? It was to protect the hospitals.
Yeah.
Because the hospitals were being overrun. Why were the hospitals being overrun? Why did the hospitals not have beds for these patients? Because it's not profitable to have empty beds. It's like a hotel. You're only making money when there's an ass in the bed. So that's why they didn't have any beds.
Yeah.
Yes, eventually the UK had that problem too. But they had empty beds. Because it doesn't matter if the empty bed is profitable or not, because there's no profit motive.
Yeah.
You can have an entire wing of a medical center sitting there empty. Because there's no profit motive. All of it is owned and operated by the government. It happens to be why I support a national health system, even over Medicare for all. And oh, by the way, if I could buy into Medicare by the time I sign off this show, I would have done it 6 hours ago.
Yeah.
So let's be plain about that. It's about the profit motive. Folks, I have said this to you 100 times, to all of you listening out there. We did not shutter this economy to protect anybody. In fact, and let's remember, by the way, the economy originally shut under Trump. And oh, by the way, and a lot of you are not going to enjoy this, he deserves credit for it. Because he took the advice of medical professionals and said, we need to keep people away from each other.
Yeah.
Because this is so transmissible. You can literally pass somebody on the street and get it. And then you got a real good shot at dying. The hospitals were being overrun.
Yeah.
And because there is nothing but a profit motive in this country, there's no empty beds, there's no extra PPE. You had doctors wearing masks for months on end. But thank God everybody had a 42-inch LCD 4K TV in their room. Trump regime actually did the smart thing and say, fine, we're going to shut this whole thing down.
Yeah.
And then there was a report in the New York Times, Washington Post in late April of 2020, where it said that the overwhelming majority of people dying from this virus were people of color. And within days, Jared Kushner, Donald Trump held a press conference and said, you know what? This whole thing's over. We need to go back to work. We all need to go back to work. Oh, by the way, it's mostly black people in blue states that are dying. So what do we care? Now, they didn't say that part out loud.
No. Yeah.
But the timing is inescapable.
Yeah.
And it's irrefutable. The Trump administration, at the direction and cooperation with, I'm going to say his name, Dr. Fauci, and and the Surgeon General, Trump appointed Surgeon General, by the way, his own White House medical staff, people at Walter Reed, and all the finest medical institutions across the country. There was a plan actually constructed by Jared Kushner to send every single household in the nation test kits, even though they were in their infancy, and masks. And everybody was going to stay home. Where did your first stimulus checks come from, folks? Came from Trump. When you all bitched, by the way, about how Biden was throwing away money and giving away money when he was sworn in, you got all your stimulus money under Trump. And he was right to do it.
Yeah.
He was right to do it, and his advisors. They had a plan to send every household, every mailing address in the country. We're going to get test kits and masks. And then here comes the report. It's black folk in blue cities dying most. And the entire administration said, oh, good. Well, we don't have to do that now. That was expensive. We should get back to work. And that's the truth. And that's the truth of it. For everything that the pandemic exposed about the lack of healthcare system in this country, let's stop calling it a healthcare system because there isn't one. There's an industry. There's an industry. Like so much else in this country, education, higher education especially, electricity, water, they're industries. We have a health industry.
Mm.
And it's not even care. It's just an industry.
Yeah.
8 o'clock, entering our final, however long we decide to go. We must, of course, stop at 9 o'clock because don't forget at 9 o'clock, coming up live on our home group Facebook page, That Other Side of Information, and live on hot101.net, The Villain's View with Sergeant Mac. You know Sergeant Mac from our program, and if you don't, where the hell have you been? You should know him by now. His program comes up right after ours at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 8 p.m. Central, 6 Pacific, and yes, I've done it before as like a little kid and said specific. I've done it before. And whatever time it is, Monday afternoon in Australia, when he comes to you live here on hot101.net. The Villain's View comes up right after us. So we're going to keep going as long as the conversation is kind of flowing. I know that there are some people that want to call in. You are welcome to do so. I'm going to have to do the funny hold the phone up to the microphone thing again because the phone program's not working. And what does that mean? It means you and I can talk to each other. It means that Javier and Simon will hear you. You will not hear them. So keep that in mind before you call. You're not going to be able to have an actual conversation with the gentleman. You're not going to hear them because you cannot be on the phone and listen to the program in the background. There's an almost 60-second delay from the live to what you see on your screen. It's going to drive you mental. You're not going to be able to keep the conversation going. Not because you're dumb people, but because it's very confusing. It's confusing to hear me talk to you on the phone and then hear the same words a minute later. It's just human nature. It's confusing, and you will get lost in it. So you can call, but you will not be able to talk to the gentleman because you're not going to be able to hear them. If you call, you must listen to me over the phone. You really can't listen over Facebook or YouTube or even 101. That delay is there. It's going to be very, very difficult to hold a conversation. However, you are welcome to give us a shout, and I will put the... if I can change the caption, I will get the phone number up as quickly as I can. That said, there are comments in the Facebook that I did not know were there.
Oh,
shame on me. Let me try to read a couple of them. Especially, okay, Tina Burns mentions, this is not about patients being disenfranchised, the providers wanting to give care also being treated unfairly by the insurance companies. You are correct. Medical providers are terribly, terribly treated by the insurance industry. What other industry decides what they are going to pay someone when they receive an invoice? When I meaning Tina, speaking in her, when we get our power bill, can we decide that we only want to pay so much of it? And the insurance companies are making this exact decision. She is correct. She's absolutely correct.
We're treating healthcare as a commodity rather than as a utility. I would venture to guess that of all the things we probably have in our budgets, healthcare, it goes right there along with the rent and the electricity and the heating bill and the water bill. And you got to ask yourself, why is healthcare then something that has a profit associated with it when the water bill and the heating bill and the gas bill and all those other bills, it's run by utility companies, right? Which are, I guess, semi-private, semi-public authorities, depending on where you live. That's go figure.
Also, another important note: they're ruining the job. They're ruining the jobs, the important work that our healthcare care providers should be doing. They spend way more time on paperwork and fighting with insurance companies to get pre-authorizations than they do actually seeing patients, which is, one of the reasons, like when you go into a clinic or something, sometimes it's just like a factory production line. It's like you're in, you see the doctor for 10 minutes. It's like you better have your list ready to just go bullet point by bullet point, and then you're out of there. And that's miserable for them too. It sucks.
Yeah. I have an anecdote for that, which is that my father one of these enterprising companies, like the companies that they bring in to kind of like modernize and kind of make everything more efficient, said to him, you need to smile with whatever you're doing. And my father posed a very legitimate question, well, if I'm conducting a breast exam on a patient, should I be happy about what I'm doing? I mean,
well, that might be the one. Yeah, that could be taken a lot of different ways, but that's
right. But the whole idea is
when you're delivering news to someone that they have a fatal,
exactly.
Am I supposed to be happy about that? You're supposed to be cheerful about that, or even more so when you deliver the bill. So about six years ago, I had my first spinal repair surgery in my neck. I had 4 discs fused together. This is all metal up here now. I actually have a card. I know when I went to see Bernie Sanders, his Foxtown Hall at the Bethlehem Steel, I set off the magnetometers, and several, men in black looking folks reached for their waists and said, "You need to step to the side." And I said, "It's metal in my neck. I got a card. I'm happy to show it to you."
Did you tell them that you were Iron Man?
You just need to let me get to my wallet. I'm happy to show it to you. And eventually it was all fine and all that. Point is, had the surgery, came home. I was home less than a week. I still had a solid cervical collar on, and I couldn't turn my head. I had to, everything went side to side. I really wasn't sleeping, all that stuff. And I got a bill from Morristown Hospital for $140,000. 2 things happened. I completely freaked out. And I actually had a couple people say, "Oh, well, that's not so bad then." Because they actually thought 140 wasn't so bad for the type of surgery I had. I immediately called my boss. I'm like, "What do I do with this?" And she said, "Ignore it." Well, how do you ignore a bill for $140,000? And she said, "I guarantee you it's a medical coding problem. Just relax. You're good." Sure enough, another 4 days passed. I get a second letter. "Oh, never mind. You don't know anything." Simply because they changed the codes from 01 to 08 or from 08 to 14 or from whatever the hell they changed it. If that doesn't tell you that something's properly wrong with the system, I don't know what does. That you can just go in a column on a spreadsheet and change it, and suddenly you don't know anything anymore. I mean, it just shows the commodification of it. I happen to agree with you, gentlemen. Yeah. Randall, go ahead, my friend.
Yeah, I got some comments.
Oh, I knew it was you. Why is it I know when you're on the phone, but I can't pick the lottery numbers, Randall?
$1 million, man.
Why can't you pick the lottery numbers for me?
Vice versa, my brother. Vice versa.
I know. Now, Randall, before you proceed, and I'll give you all the time that you want, most of it, let me remind you, I can talk to you. The gentleman will hear you. Simon and Javier will hear you. You will not hear them back.
I understand that.
Okay, please, yeah, because you're
on a flip phone like I am.
I was on with Restream tech support last night for 2 hours, and I couldn't get this sorted out. And I finally told a very lovely, and I'm not kidding you, wonderful, wonderful tech support woman named Judy, who I'm hoping to find later in the week so that we can pick up and fix this, about the phone. And she's like, "Okay, let's start. We'll do this. And I looked, I'm like, it's 1:00 in the morning, and I'm actually quite pissy at the moment. So I'm done. I do a different time. And she said, "No problem."
Or something to go to work, man.
Yeah, it's just, we fixed, the only thing we got fixed is that apparently I'm in the right direction on screen. Last week I was everything was backward. So at least fix that. Yeah. So now what I need to do is we need to get the phone fixed, and then we're in really good shape. But that said, go ahead, my friend. You ask your question. Have at it.
I got a lot of comments to make. Number
Oh
one,
my God.
back before Reagan and Reaganomics, before Reagan won in 1980 and was sworn in 81, I had transferred over from my work an option of where I work with nonprofit with a handicap, multi-handicap fellow Americans. I'd give them the option to lower my health costs by going then a real option. And that was the private insurance companies offering HMOs. And when they started in 1978, somewhere around there, yeah, they were cheaper than traditional, like Blue Cross Blue Shield. They were only employing one clerk to review whether or not you got coverage on medical or procedures or hospitalization. It's 9 workers now today. 9 workers. And that's one of the big reasons. And of course, the other one we know is absolutely. It's for profit. They're going to get their CEOs, they're going to do their stock buybacks. They're going to do everything they can to deny me if I was still on private medical insurance instead of Medicare. And I'm on traditional Medicare. And yes, now that I'll be 71 in August, yes, I am paying more than if I went on Medicare Advantage. But I'm not going to do it. Traditional Medicare with supplemental private insurance will survive longer financially than if everybody switched tomorrow to Medicare Advantage. It would bankrupt the Medicare system years earlier. So those are 2 points I'm making.
Well, now let me stop you right there.
I've got a point to make.
I will let you make your third point. You hang on 1 second before I drive down to Delaware. You hang on 1 second. Hang on. This is important what you said, though. Yeah. There is a very simple fix to making sure Medicare is part of the Social Security Administration. We pay Social Security tax. There is a cap on Social Security taxes, which means if you earn anything over, I believe it's all the way up to $147,000 now, you don't pay any Social Security tax. Exactly. So I pay Social Security.
And we can make Medicare those 2 taxes.
If we lift
forever, if they tax.
Correct. If we lift, I was getting there, but I wasn't getting there fast enough for you. So go ahead. Said, Randall is 100% correct, folks. Yeah. All to the entire audience out there, live or watching the recording afterwards. Randall is 1,000% correct, and Senator Sanders, Representative Jayapal, Khanna, Pocan, and literally about 150 others have proposed this and signed on to it as co-sponsors. Very simple piece of legislation, and I'm not kidding. I'm not being sarcastic. If I recall correctly, Bernie has said this on Tom Hartman's program. It's literally 1 page. It just says that there will be no Social Security tax cap. So if you earn $20,000, $30,000, $50,000, $100,000, $147,100, or $147 billion, you will pay taxes on every dime of it. Social Security and Medicare, as a part of the Social Security Administration, would and will become solvent for a minimum of another century if that tax were eliminated. Why does that tax exist? Why is there a cap? Because rich people don't want to pay taxes. They don't think they have to. Yeah. It's nothing more complicated than that. Because they're rich and they have a psychopathy the same way that people hoard cats or old newspapers or old magazines or gas caps from old cars or whatever it is. These people hoard money. They think that their money is their money and that your money is their money, and they hoard it. Mr. Bezos could never in 5 lifetimes, maybe even 10, spend the amount of money that he's worth.
Yeah.
Don't lose any sleep, folks, for Mr. Musk. Lost $50 billion on Twitter because he's still worth over $200 billion. The 3 richest people in this country hold more wealth than the bottom 60%. The richest 400 people on Earth hold more wealth than the bottom 4 billion people.
Yeah.
So please, Randall is correct. And this is a very simple solution, a very simple one. You eliminate the Social Security tax, you make Social Security solvent, and you make Medicare solvent because Medicare is a part of the Social Security Administration. Now, you had one more point to make. Please, sir, go ahead.
Yeah, I read this article yesterday about Florida's adult transgenders. That bill that expanded, that the majorities, the vast majorities in the House and the Senate in Florida, and jerk Governor DeSantis signed that bill to prevent any health care for transgender children, also is preventing any care for transgender adults.
Yeah.
And it's estimated that there's approximately 74,000 transgender adults voters in Florida. And they can't get their care anymore because it says they can't do telemed anymore. It says, the bill said, you can't have a nurse practitioner prescribe you transgender, hey, I'm a man. I have to have testosterone. I want to be a woman. I have to have, I'm sorry. But the bottom line is, this couple, a man had transgendered to a woman, and a woman had transgendered to a man, and they married. And they've got a GOMI fund so they can move out of Florida to a state where they can get transgender health care.
Gender affirming care. Or
yeah,
let's call it what it is, human health care.
Exactly. So yeah, I'm really riled up in a lot of shit that happened. Excuse my language.
Well, now
and I apologize.
Wait, wait. Can you? I know I told you to turn down the volume, but can you still see your screen?
Yeah.
Good, because I'm gonna get a swear jar for you.
Well, at least I didn't say the F word, right?
That's right. That's an improvement. Right,
We
exactly.
still got 40 minutes left.
Yeah, still have time.
You got
Nice, still young. Nice, still young.
I'm picking on you. No, I think you make an excellent point that we're not just talking about, and I don't want to get, I want to choose my words carefully too, because I don't want to, gender affirming care is part of the healthcare discussion, and yet somehow isn't all at the same time. I think that we have come up with this sanitized almost term of gender affirming care. Can we just call it what it is? It's human health care. Simply because the care is given to someone who is transgender does not make it any less of health care. It's human health care. That's all it is. If we've done anything, and I think we've done it purely innocently, we have labeled it something that has become easy to attack. It's always easy to go after the smallest group. The Holocaust wasn't just Jews, it was gays and queers
Gypsies.
and gypsies and folks that had physical limitations. They
The
may have
first
been. They may have had Down syndrome. They might have been born with. They may have suffered the effects of polio when they couldn't walk and run, and it was all of that. I think in a very innocent way, and I hate being. I don't want to get drug into this too deeply. It's a healthcare discussion. We've tried to make a very positive. We've tried to put a very positive label on this of gender affirming care when all it really is health care for our fellow human being. And I wonder sometimes if we've actually hadn't been too careful in the labeling of that. But I have other people that are trying to call. Randall, you got anything else before?
I got a zillion things, but I'm going to let you go because if some other people are going to call, that's great. Anyway,
Yep, I already missed four. I missed 4 of them already. Maybe people like the phone better. I don't know.
This week, and obviously, Jeff, thank you, brother.
Hey, listen, thanks for being patient, mate. I appreciate it. You know I do. I love you. You stay healthy down there, okay?
Maybe I'll see you the week protesting outside.
Well, that's true. Yeah, I know. I might be. Yeah, I might be down there in July.
All right,
I gotta run.
Moms for Liberty.
All right, you got it.
There you go. Jeff, if it helps, I thought of it this way, which is that when you're thinking about the healthcare of others, just remove the person's name and identity. Just think of them as a human, right? I think we sometimes get caught up in the labels. In reality, the only label that matters is the person breathing, right? Do they have a pulse?
It should be. It should be. Yeah.
Right?
I missed a bunch of other calls while Randall was on. Whoever keeps trying to call, by God, please keep doing so. I will get it. I promise. I can still only, even in the very rudimentary way that I'm doing it, folks, I can still, isn't this very artistic? This is lovely, isn't it? I need Simon. Where is Simon? I need a Simon here. There we go.
Look at that, right on the money.
All right, go ahead, caller. Where are you calling from?
Hey, Jeff, it's me. I'm here in Central Pennsylvania.
I was going to read your comment there, sir, because you had a very salient point. Gentlemen, Javier and Simon and World, this is my father-in-law. I'd like to introduce to you.
Ooh.
He had a very salient comment, and then I'm going to let you talk. You mentioned in the chat that you had an administrator, I don't know if you mean in the school when you were teaching or a healthcare administrator, I'm not sure, who claimed that he...
No, administrator in the school.
In the school, okay. Claimed he loved his particular medical insurance company because his investment in that company provided to be a good investment and provided an excellent return. Not because they let him see doctors or get healthy or get vaccinations or, heaven forbid, and we haven't even talked, gentlemen, and this is why we will have to reconvene later on in the summer. We haven't even talked about the cost savings of preventative medicine, about the fact that the American system, unlike any other system on earth, is symptom treating system and not cure, because cure is not profitable. We haven't even gotten into any of that yet. Mm-hmm. But let me follow up quickly before I let my father-in-law talk. Something that Randall mentioned that is very, very salient. When he talked about the number of clerks and folks who push paper around for insurance companies, I mentioned this to Simon and Javier on a different meeting that we were on. The largest hospital in Canada is in Toronto. It is a world-class hospital, and it is enormous. They have 3 people who do the national health care single-payer paperwork in this hospital. 3. In the hospital that Javier mentioned earlier, they have 3 floors of people doing insurance paperwork. And here's how the system starts to feed on itself. The story that I told you before about that I got a $140,000 bill for my surgery, and then somebody changed a 3-digit number, and then suddenly I didn't know anything anymore. It takes you 3 floors of people to do that. And think about the circular firing squad that this industry has become. The insurance company's trying to think of a way not to cover your costs, while the hospital is going back at them to figure out how to make sure they cover their costs.
Hmm.
The whole thing is it's what's cannibalistic. It's the dog chasing its tail, or multiple dogs chasing multiple tails. Anyway, go ahead, Dad. Go ahead, talk.
Well, your girl Kristen needed a medication.
She was your girl first.
Well, you got her now.
Oh, she'll be thrilled to hear that on the way home. Go on then.
It's yours. It was a simple medication. And I had a number of students who were pharmacists. And they said, no, it's just not profitable to make in the United States.
Yep.
And actually, well, a minute, they can come and arrest us. We actually were getting it from Canada. And it was like 10 pills, $10, $1. It was very cheap. And when I went back to my students who were pharmacists, they're working, I said, Mr. Bolchansky, it's not profitable. It's not profitable.
Bernie Sanders used to take used to lead bus caravans across the Vermont-Canada border to go buy medicines until they actually had to pass a law to stop him from doing it.
Yeah.
He used to take caravans of seniors from all over the upstate New York, New Hampshire, Maine, that whole upper New England area, buses and buses, and Senator Sanders would ride in the lead bus. They would cross the border legally, perfectly legally. They all had their passports. Everybody passed through. They went through security. Everything normal that we would think of every time we need to cross the border. Buses of people, and they would go to all the local pharmacies and buy all the medicines they need. And he did this every few months, I think it was, gentlemen, if I'm remembering correctly. And they would come back, and that's how most of them got insulin. Not even just cancer drugs or AIDS drugs or Botox injections or Viagra or any of the silly stuff, all the way to the most serious. Some of it was just as simple as headache medicine, pain medicines, and insulin.
Leave it to America to create the modern day
United States. I'm sorry, I can't remember his name. They had him in the news. Oh, this is horrendous. Oh my God, the profit on that insulin that he's charging is like 210%. Oh, we're going to slap his butt in jail. And by the end of the week, that's the last I ever heard of him. I don't even know if he went. But another one that made me laugh when I try and argue with people is that, this Canadian medicine, this is socialized medicine. No, it wouldn't work. I said, well, Sarah Palin went across the border to have her 2 children.
Yep. And let's remember a slightly different topic. Every man, woman, and child in Alaska gets something called a petroleum dividend. That is the money that the oil companies pay for drilling in Alaska. Every man, woman, and child gets a check every single year. If that's not socialistic, I don't know what is.
He's still living in the area, our former superintendent. Very strict Republican. First day he and I met, he looked at me and said, so you're the Democrat on the staff. Nice to know that the CIA is alive and well. Because we got to know each other. I one day looked at him, I said, is it true what I read in the paper? You still have a residency in Alaska? Yes, I'm trying to sell it and all that. I said, wow, that's going to be bad because as soon as you do that, you're going to lose that check. And he just gave me that look like, you
know what? All right, yep.
The house is never going to be sold. And okay, fine, Jeff, if they want to do that, but that's what makes me go through the ceiling when they talk about fiscal responsibility, the working class. I said this to you a long time ago, and people look at me and go, that's pie in the sky. That's that woke statement.
when I was a Republican committeeman and I was down in Harrisburg, I remember them being afraid of a report. I looked it up. It came out of New York Times of the changing population. This is about not 80, 88, maybe going into the 90s, right? And when you looked at it, they said if this continues by the year 2005, the white population will have diminished as compared to all the others. Now, they didn't say African American or Chinese. They just said as compared to all the others. And I sometimes wonder. I mean, I look at this COVID thing, and you look at the numbers, and most of them have struck minority groups. Didn't hit the wealthy. Didn't hit, and they said, oh, it didn't discriminate that way. Well, they had quicker access. It sounds like one of those, conspiracy theorists, but sometimes Kristen's father was an investigator. He said, the simplest truth is 9 chances out of the 10 the obvious truth. It's just
Occam's razor.
When I look at all the conversations, everything that we talk about, Social Security, Medicare, all this, who's it going towards? Not the rich. They claim they're not getting anything out of it. Strange though they collect it.
Thank you.
American.
Thank you, Don.
It's just.
I'm gonna.
And if people. That's not the case. Well, I'll let you go.
I'm gonna open it up and give a chance to other folks just in case.
Yeah, well, you know how I am. I'll get my pea shooter and I'll be out here.
Merca. Okay. Thank you.
Take care, buddy.
I love that story about Palin because it just shows you how, leave it to the United States, the only country to create the medical tourism industry.
Yeah. And by the way, she increased the petroleum dividend when she was governor. Increased it.
Bless her heart.
Where's the one state left in this country that has an actual functioning state bank? It's North Dakota. About as red as it possibly could be. Mm-hmm. And Republicans have been trying to dismantle that bank for decades. And it's the Republicans in the state that won't let them do it because they want that competition. They want the state bank to be there.
Yeah.
Gosh, I had a really good question and I lost it.
How many insurance
I need to go over the border for some. What's that now?
How many insurance adjusters does it take to place a policy? I thought you got the answer.
Well, we could work on that.
Canada has 1 or 3 or whatever.
Yeah, we could work on that stand-up routine.
Exactly.
One to screw in the bulb and 10 more to deny that the bulb's broken.
Yeah, exactly. Or to screw it out. I don't know.
10 more to deny that you even need a light bulb in the first place.
Exactly.
I'd actually unless you're gonna get some more questions, I want to briefly respond to that. The gentleman who was talking about the bill in Florida.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yeah, no. So, obviously, as you call it, human health care, gender affirming care is just a huge, huge hot button issue in healthcare right now, and the thing is it's all centering around we have to protect our children. That's the core of it, right? And
except if they need a doctor, then that's expensive. Then we don't need to protect them at all.
And of course, there's a lot of really excellent, really comprehensive studies that showing that gender affirming care for children specifically, saves lives. Very good thing to provide human health care. But I want to point out something very specifically. If the Republicans actually cared specifically about children, what the bills they'd be introducing would be, okay, we want children to go through 1-2 years of therapy, psychological evaluation before they're given access to hormone blockers or something. Because they're so concerned. It's they're shoving the drugs on our children.
Simon, even if we took the trans community out of the equation, not to ignore them, not to marginalize them, but to actually include them. Mm-hmm. If we wanted to, quote unquote, if Republicans, quote unquote wanted to protect our children,
Mm-hmm.
why are they constantly trying to not just slash, but eliminate the CHIP program, the Children's Health Insurance Program? Even and again, I'm not marginalizing trans kids. I'm including them in the group of human children.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They happen to be trans, but they're human beings. So if you really want to protect the children,
Yeah.
how do you slash SNAP benefits? How do you fight tooth and nail to keep 3 square meals a day being served in school? How do you actually, at the same time that you're trying to shut down school breakfasts and lunches, categorize ketchup as a vegetable? How do you try to eliminate the CHIP program? You're not protecting anybody.
No.
Except the rich.
This is one of the themes of this program every single week, is that we can talk about healthcare and healthcare policy and healthcare solutions until we are all, pardon the pun, blue in the face, dead, cobwebs, bones, and whatever's left of us.
Knock on wood.
It all comes down to, well, I will say this and then I will ask it to you as a somewhat of a question.
Yeah.
It has been my postulation on this program. I think I might have just made a word on this program, and it's somewhere that I've not heard any other progressive host in the country say. And I listened to a good number of them, including my own idol, Tom Hartman. I haven't heard him or Randy Rhodes or Stephanie Miller or David Packman or Mike Malloy or Ian Masters or any of Bill Press, any of 100 of them say this. And I think that the healthcare debate is wrapped up inside of this, although it is not the entirety of the argument. The billionaire class in this country has made a couple of decisions. Not a couple, they made some decisions, a list of decisions. One of them being that democracy is no longer convenient to their exponential growth and hoarding of wealth.
And power.
It's actually become a hindrance, and so we don't need it anymore. And the other thing that they've decided is about me and you and every individual listening and watching. When and I'll just use me as one example, but I think they feel this about every human being in the country. And quite honestly, I think they think about every human being on the planet. If I am not either consuming and generating wealth that way, by buying things, or if I'm not producing and generating wealth for others, then I really need to die and get the hell out of the way. Because when I stop being a generator of wealth, again, either by consumption or production, I'm useless to the billionaire class. I then become what Mitt Romney used to refer to as the takers. Do you guys have any thoughts about that? And again, we're approaching, folks, we're wrapping up at 9. Don't forget Sergeant Mac right after us. But do you have any, I just lay that out there, not necessarily as a question, other than, what do you got?
Yeah. Do you want to go? Do you want me to go, Simon? I think I have a good theory of the case here with that.
You first.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, for me, I think of it as it's incredible just how it boils down to them to just that kind of us and them. When in reality, it's a lot more complex than that, obviously. But yeah, I'm thinking about the takers thing because it says so little about what we are, because I certainly don't see myself as a taker.
We're commodities.
Right, exactly. We're just things.
We're commodities. We are either profitable or die. I mean, I'm sure you gentlemen, and if you and folks use, look it up on YouTube or DuckDuckGo. The floor speech by Alan Grayson, when he had the big, he was talking about the democratic health care. This, I think, goes back to the Clinton administration, but I might be wrong. In fact, I think I am wrong about that. I think it was newer than that. And he had the easel and the posters and so on. He was talking about
right.
the care plan. And then he said, and here's the Republican plan. And he flipped down the card and it said, die quickly.
Yeah. Because ultimately, I mean, you're bringing up the political side of the equation,
but there is a political side to it. Unfortunately, It should be something so simple and basic as my fellow human being deserves to be able to see a doctor. Except that there is a political component to this. I'm a big fan of Senator Cory Booker, the senators from New Jersey, but he often takes a hell of a hammer to the head. Because, he takes big pharma money. Every politician in New Jersey takes pharma money. Because it's the biggest industry in the state.
Yeah.
They all take it. They all do.
Mm-hmm. I think...
Yeah. Go ahead.
So there is a political aspect to this. They are buying politicians. There's no question about it.
The ideal society for these people is one in which, as you eloquently put, we are producing the maximal amount of wealth for them, and are so wrapped up in issues that do not matter and are ultimately harmful to us that we have no time or ability to organize to oppose this. This is where I was going with the legislative bills. It's like, I wouldn't support, saying, oh, you have to have 1 or 2 years of therapy before you get access to these drugs. But, in their argument, that would be the bill that would be reflected by their protect the children argument, even though it's wrong. But no, it's not enough. What we need is this culture war. We need people to hate. We need people to blame. It's like we have to get rid of all trans people. Like he said, the bill in the state. Get rid of all of them. Don't let any of them live. Make living as a person, as any human, intolerable to the level where all we do is we look for scapegoats, and we don't have any time to focus on how much we're being horrifically ripped off. I mean, we're ripped off in the healthcare system. We're ripped off in dozens of other ways. Mm-hmm. And this is what these people want to see out of society. People as these money-making commodities that can't oppose them.
Folks, phone is ready for you, folks. We got about 10 minutes left of the program. Remember, Sergeant Mac comes up. Villain's View comes up right after us, 9 p.m. Eastern Time on our home group Facebook page, That Other Side of Information, and hot101.net around the globe. Villain's View, 9 p.m., about 12-ish minutes left of the program. Javier, go ahead, please.
Yeah, and I think, I don't know if we brought up race yet, but I think I read the...
That's why you guys are going to have to come back. We didn't even mention it. We didn't even mention...
I'll put it right here, because...
We didn't even get to mention the first, or what I think, if my history is correct, we've talked about this offline, the first mentions of a national healthcare system in 1880s Germany, when the Kaiser brought it up as a policy initiative. I mean, we haven't scratched... Hell, we haven't really delved into the history of it at all. We haven't delved into the racial component of this at all. Yeah. Just
teasing everybody.
We haven't even delved, and I've done programs on this, by the way. We haven't even delved into the religious aspect of this.
That's true.
Do unto others. I was naked and you clothed me. I was sick and you took care of me. I was homeless and you sheltered me. We haven't even talked about that part of it. My God, this is, and I am no preacher, I am no theologian, but the denial, the intentional, calculated denial of the ability to live. And not just be healthy, but live. You generally don't live when you're not healthy. And that's what this is. The denial of the ability to continue to live, or at a minimum live healthy, is about the most unchristian thing you could possibly do.
Yeah.
Do unto others. Again, do unto others. I was do as you do unto the least among me, you do to me.
Yeah.
And you know, it is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to go to inherit the kingdom of heaven. And healthcare is an embodiment of that. You can't see a doctor, you don't have any money. It's got to be the single most unchristian thing or unfaith thing that you could possibly come up with.
Right. Who would Jesus deny? Right. I mean, it's a thinker. I mean, and the reason why I mentioned race is to kind of combine what you just said and Simon said about, you know, the powerful elites in this country. Not to be conspiratorial about it, but they prefer us to be divided on any kind of wedge issue they can think of. Race was for a long time, I think, the prime reason why we don't have healthcare. Not to blame people of color, but to say that the people who said, well, we don't want people of color to have healthcare, and that's why we don't have it. And when it comes to transgender,
doesn't that go back to the foundations of Reaganism? Is that, you know, why was the first thing that Reagan's Secretary of Education, Bill Bennett, eliminate civics education? Because you can't complain about your government when you don't understand it. And it's really hard to complain about things like, I really wanted the red Maserati and I got to get the blue one, when all you're trying to do is feed yourself.
Yeah.
And see a doctor when you're desperate. It's really hard to complain about what government is doing because you're so damn busy being desperate.
Yeah.
That all you are is desperate. I can't watch the news. I can't follow legislation. I know that ExxonMobil just reported a $54 billion profit in the first 4 months of 2023. I can't be concerned with it. I just have to get to work to keep a home or some kind of roof and to hope that my kid can get to the general practitioner when they're sick. And I do think, you know, we skated around the edge of that before, and it's probably, and again, it's something that we're going to have to revisit in a different episode.
Let's do it, yeah.
Structure that has been built, that you don't just go, the doctor doesn't come with his black sack anymore, you know, and he doesn't come to the door, and he doesn't cure a myriad, a vast variety of ailments. You go to the GP, who sends you to the specialist, who sends you to the test, who then has to wait for somebody else to read it, who then might get you back to the specialist, who then, the system is built for you not to use it because it's a pain in the ass. So it's built for you not to. I don't have 8 months to figure out why my foot is rotting off my body.
Yeah.
To go to the GP, to the specialist, to a scan, to a tissue sample, just tell me what's wrong. I don't have, how many specialists, there's a bone sticking out of my arm because I fell off my bike. How many specialists do I have to go to get a bone set? The system's built in for you not to use it.
Yeah.
I had a
same thing with the government too.
Yeah, there was someone I knew. She had a it was not like a cancerous tumor, but it was a tumor, like but it was growing. But like she took the better part of, I swear to, it was the better part of a year to get this thing was growing. It was like she was getting massively dehydrated. She was losing all the calcium in her bones. Like her bones were aching. Her skin got so, I didn't even know this could happen. She got so dehydrated that her skin would like try to suck up water. It's like a thing that can happen.
Ooh.
And she just kept getting past like, oh, I'll refer you to this person. No, this person can't do it. No, this person can't do this. Now you can go to this person, but this person has to have an appointment that's 2 months out before you can even think about scheduling something to get this horrible thing that's just like she was in agony for the better part of a year. It was it was so.
Well, it's free market. What's one of the way you drive up costs? You limit supply.
Mm-hmm.
Gentlemen, we have
Done.
5 minutes left. I want to offer you, Simon, you were here first, so shut up, Javier. No, I'm kidding. I'm yeah. Simon, you were here first, and you put up, both of you, I have to say thank you very much. Not just for being here, but for putting up with a lot of, I know that you both had trouble signing in and getting the cameras working and stuff like that. I don't know if that was on my end. If it was, I apologize, but you guys are both very patient. We literally I'm going to give you each about a minute, maybe. A minute and a half at the max, where it's 8:55. We literally have 5 minutes left of the show. Any final thoughts, Simon? Just want to open the floor to you for like 60 seconds, 90 seconds or so. Any final thoughts that you might have that you want to share out there, or how people can connect with One Payer States?
All right. The people want universal health care. Republicans, Democrats, here in Oregon, we have many Republicans that are supporting our fight to try to get universal health care. We had a bill 1089 going through the legislature with a lot of support from both Republicans and Democrats, people in different organizations who desperately want a better healthcare system that works for them. And it's being sabotaged by a walkout of almost entirely Republican senators that have completely destroyed the legislative session. It's not Republican voters, they're victims as well. The people we're opposing are the entrenched politicians, the hyper wealthy, the insurance industry, but the people want this. And if you want to help fight for a better healthcare system that doesn't just leave people to die and suffer for profit, you can come check us out on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and our website at onepayerstates.org. And thank you, Jeff, for having us on. It's been a lot of fun.
Javier, 90-ish seconds. Floor is yours.
Okay, wow, a lot of pressure there. I'm so glad we had this conversation. Like you said, we have so much more we have to go over. So I'm looking forward to continue the conversation at a future time. And I guess I want to leave people with something that they can do positively, and it's the power of four. If they have the money to do it, donate $4 to One Payer States, or other organizations that are advocating healthcare in your area. If you don't have $4, and I understand that totally, spend 4 hours volunteering for various causes. There may be a hospital that's being closed down in your neighborhood, or a demo happening for reproductive rights. Go out and spend the time. And again, if you don't have the time, that's also good. That's also fine. Write 4 letters to your representatives or state legislatures. Let them know that you're bothered by the lack of investment in our infrastructure when it comes to healthcare. And if you don't have the money to pay 64 cents for the stamp, talk to 4 friends. Everyone again uses healthcare, and we need to start having communications with one another. Simon was saying, don't fall into this idea that it's just me, or internet's the only way to connect with people. Talk with them on the streets, and you'll be surprised. You'll get some action in terms of getting people to your side, because being there and participating is the first way of making real social change, and that's the only way it's ever happened. It's the only way it ever will, and that's the way it'll be when it comes to healthcare.
Right behind me, folks, there is my paper with all my social media and 2 phone numbers on them. The phone number for the show, but also right here is the phone number for the Congressional Switchboard. Following what Javier said, and it's free, you can call the Congressional Switchboard, 202-224-3121. If you don't know who your representative is, give them your zip code, and they will put you through, and you can talk to what is usually a nice intern or unpaid staffer. Be polite, be calm, keep it to about 30 to 60 seconds, and tell them that you support Medicare for all. Remember, at the beginning of the Trump regime, the Republicans had control of the Supreme Court, the White House, and both houses of Congress, and still could not repeal the ACA because you all stood up. You called, you emailed, you wrote, you protested, and they couldn't do it, and they wouldn't do it because they knew it was going to cost them. We only have a minute left. I want to thank Javier Anderson and Simon Hutton for being here tonight. They will return because we have so much more that we did not even get to talk about here. Professor Chuck did not come tonight, but that's okay. He's probably super busy. That man never stops. So he will be but we will talk about this again. Again, like Simon said, search for One Pair of States online, find them, and become part of their movement and support Medicare for all, healthcare for all, however you want to call it. Coming up next on our home group Facebook page, That Other Side of Information, and on hot101.net is The Villain's View. We've done all the damage we can do for one night. We will return next week. I think we return next week. 4 and 7 is 11th. Yes, we return next week. I don't even know who's coming on yet. You know I usually don't get a guest together till late in the week. But we will return right here next week. We hope you will return too. For now, for everyone associated with the program, everyone at Hot 101, everyone at TCP, everybody here at the program, thank you for being there. Please take care of yourselves and each other. Have a great week and stay tuned for The Villain's View.